college football's great traditions. Into Death Valley come the Clemson Tigers a moment ago.
Clemson University.
To ESPN College Football presented by Surf Pro. You're watching the ACC on ESPN. It's the ACC home opener for Clemson as they take on Syracuse in what certainly feels like a must-win game for the Tigers. Bob Wischusen here with Lewis Riddick. Chris Budden will join us in just a moment as well. Losing on a last-second field goal at Georgia Tech last week, a field storming. Clemson had to chew on that all week, and now we'll see what they have in store for Syracuse.
Yeah, look, I think Dabo Swinney, he tried to keep it real simple for his football team. Just make the plays that are there to be made. He feels as though the coaching staff is putting them in position to win football games. If it were not for a couple plays, maybe they'd be undefeated right now. But he needs that to start with Cade Klubnik. He, the quarterback for Clemson, he has to have a clean game. He has to protect the football. And defensively, they need to come out strong in this football game. They need to really dominate the line of scrimmage. Defensive coordinator Tom Allen, he was adamant that the running game needs to be eliminated from Syracuse. Eliminate it, and they need to get after the quarterback. And one of the guys he's challenging this week is T.J. Parker. They're do-it-all, everything defensive end who needs to, in this football game, make sure that Steve Angeli, the quarterback for Syracuse, one of the hottest throwers in college football, recognizes who number 3 is, and number 3 says to him, I'm going to be here all day long.
Dabo Swinney was put in a position, and they were well-publicized quotes from his press conferences early this week, of almost defending the history and legacy that he's created at Clemson with 2 losses in their first 3 games, dropping out of the AP top 25. But they'll put that defense out there first. Clemson won the toss and deferred, so Syracuse will receive. And it will come out to the 25-yard line. So the pressure now on Steve Angeli. And he has put up tremendous numbers so far this season, Lewis. Of course, opening the season against Tennessee, they lose down in Atlanta. Piled up offensive numbers against UConn and certainly Colgate last week. This is a different challenge today.
No doubt. He's the one who has to be in control from beginning to end of this offense moving down the field.
And they'll try and run it on first down as Yasin Willis returns this week. He had been out with a concussion, so that will be a big help to Angeli to have his bell cow running back.
Yeah, Yasin Willis, we saw him week 1 against Tennessee, 6'1", 235. This young man can do it all. He's worked hard this offseason. He's an absolute hammer between the tackles, the speed to go the distance. They got to play some form of complementary football. They haven't been real good running the football. Syracuse hasn't this year, throwing it all over the yard, but he has to be a factor.
Willis again, looking for a cutback lane. Breaking tackles, there goes Yasin Willis. Down the sideline into Clemson territory. Oh, what a start for the Orange. Ashton Hampton eventually bumped him out.
Just look what they're going to get. This zone blocking scheme, tight end coming across the formation. You see Yasin just stretch it horizontally and then get his foot in the ground and get vertical. That's exactly what offensive coordinator Jeff Nixon needed out of the running game and head coach Fran Brown. They said if they can get this kind of balance, this offense can really ascend to even higher highs. And that's just not a good start for Clemson.
32-yard run for Yasin Willis. That's the longest run from scrimmage so far for Syracuse. They go right back to the ground. This time it's Jaden Hart. And he has plenty of room up the middle. Brought down at the 34-yard line by Peter Woods. That's a gain of 5. You said we needed to concentrate on the line of scrimmage, both sides in this game. This is not the start that Dabo Swinney was hoping for.
When I sat 2 feet away from defensive coordinator Tom Allen yesterday, he said, he didn't say like control the run. He said eliminate the run of Syracuse. This is not what he had in mind. They're getting controlled at the point of attack right now.
Angeli, quarterback run. Angeli gets to the sideline and has a first down. Wade Woodaz corralled him at the 26-yard line, but that's 8 more yards, and now Angeli's hurt. The Woodaz tackle has Angeli down. They're looking at looks as if his left knee is the issue.
It looked like when Wade tackled him, fell right on top of the back of his legs. You just hope the young man is okay. Steve Angeli, number 2 in FBS in passing yards, number 1 in explosive plays. That's a good sign right there.
We'll see if he can make it back on the field when we return. Bob Wischusen and Louis Riddick, Chris Budden back at Death Valley. Steve Angeli out of the injury tent quickly. Louis looks like he's only going to miss 1 play.
Yeah, thankfully for Syracuse, you see he takes the full weight of Wade Woodaz on that knee, on the back of his legs. Looks like he'll be able to re-enter the game. It's a good sign for Syracuse.
False start. Ricky Collins in at quarterback. The LSU transfer. All of a sudden, it's a different cadence.
Number 75, 5-yard penalty.
Chris Budden, you were down there to see the good news of Angeli emerging from the tent.
Yeah, when he walked off the field, he immediately told everyone that he was good to go. He ran up and down the sidelines, but the training staff took him into the tent just to double check that there wasn't any significant damage. He only spent less than a minute in the tent before he came back, ran up and down, did some sprints and some jumps, and said he was good.
He has to sit a play, though. After the penalty, he tried to re-enter the game, but the ball hasn't been snapped yet. So that false start doesn't erase the 1 play that Angeli has to sit out. So the officials Tell Ricky Collins, you have to go back out there and take at least one snap. Angeli obviously is set to come back in after 1st and 15.
You think it's not that big of a deal for him to miss 2 plays. You can't be moving backwards. They got to maximize every single possession here on the road.
Quarterback draw for Ricky Collins. It'll be 2nd down and 13 after he picks up a couple. Sammy Brown made the stop and Angeli back in.
You said in the open, this offense has been explosive as far as their ability to produce 20-plus yard plays down the field on the outside. These wide receivers for Syracuse, Darrell Gill Jr., 15, Justice Ross Simmons, number 12. These guys can make highlight reel catches. This ball will be up in the air here soon.
Blitz coming from Clemson. Angeli's first attempt and a crossing route on time for Jonte Cook into the red zone with a Syracuse first down.
I mean, it's just man coverage, one-on-one. Jonte Cook in the slot, one of the fastest guys on the team to transfer from Texas. And you just see, once you have space and green grass, this team has the skilled players that can absolutely rip you. You couldn't ask for a better start if you're Fran Brown in the Syracuse Orange.
17th trip already this season for Syracuse into the red zone. Although they would like a higher red zone touchdown percentage. They are looking for 7 to start off against Clemson. 2 tight ends in the game. Play action. Angeli, he's got a one-on-one. Climbing the ladder, Justice Ross Simmons. Touchdown. What a start for the Orange.
Did we just say that this wide receiver group can make highlight reel catches? Justice Ross Simmons goes 6'3", 210. You're going to see it here. He's just going up over the corner. Ashton Hampton, I believe, number 23. He's just playing basketball. Controls the ball through the ground, got that left foot in. I mean, just look how he climbs the ladder. Look where he's up. Look how high he is in the air, the catch radius that their skilled players have. They've been doing this all year. They did it last week against Colgate. People may have said, hey, well, it's against Colgate. That isn't against a major FBS program. Well, this is a major FBS program right here in Clemson. And if you're Steve Angeli, you're going, we're here to win. And that's how you get it started.
ESPN College Football is presented by Serve Pro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. Andy's Heart by Salted Caramel Toffee Iced Coffee for only $2.99. Live free, eat Sonic.
Georgia Tech's Aiden Burr from 55 yards out. The fire drill field goal last week for Tech, perfectly executed, and they win it. And that brings us to today's road test, brought to you by Goodyear. What a start for Syracuse.
No question, no turnovers on offense. Defensively, get off the field on third down. We're going to see if they can execute there. For Clemson's offense, the wide receivers have to win one-on-one versus man coverage. You're going to see a lot of that from Syracuse. Defensively, eliminate the run game, disrupt the quarterback. Tom Allen said it was imperative. He expected it to see it right out of the gate. That's not what you got.
And a surprise onside kick for Syracuse. Perfectly executed, and they steal a possession back. Jaden Noe bunted it forward, and the Cuse have the football at midfield. Death Valley is silent.
You see Fran Brown, the head coach of Syracuse, is not messing around. He knows we're going to have to take some chances. We've seen this before already. We saw this.
Ruling on the field is that the kick went beyond 10 yards. It was covered by the kicking team. The first down for Syracuse.
As a frontline player on the kickoff return team, you have to see the ball come off the tee before you retreat into your blocking assignment to guard against that right there. You are not supposed to move until the ball is kicked, because all that gives them is if you move and start the retreat, that gives them just enough space for the ball to go 10 yards and for them to recover. That's obviously great scouting on the part of Syracuse's coaching staff to pick up that and say, hey, look, let's surprise onside kick them right away.
Under further review to see if the ball traveled to 10 yards before being touched by the kicking team.
It certainly looked as if it was a legal recovery past the 45-yard line, but they are going to replay review just to make sure. Fran Brown doesn't seem to be overjoyed with the fact that replay is getting involved. It has to reach the 45 before a Syracuse player can touch it.
It just crosses over to 45. It looks like from that angle. I mean, it's right on the line. Oh, it's right on top of it. How do you reverse that? It's hard to get a good look at it from that angle, from the sky cam angle.
That's Greg Delane, backup defensive back.
Right
on
there.
The recovery, looks like he allowed it perfectly.
Yeah, he sure did.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. The first down for Syracuse.
So Syracuse steals a possession after they go right down the field in a game, Lewis, that you said was kind of almost a test of manhood game for Clemson at the line of scrimmage. Syracuse ran the ball for 50 yards on 5 carries on their first drive. They take the 7-0 lead with a touchdown pass to Justice Ross Simmons, and they steal a possession back. They've got the 7-0 lead and great field position. And Jelly well protected, batted ball at the line. It looked like DeMonte Capehart knocked it down. As we take a look at our impact players, brought to you by Mattress Firm.
And Steve Angeli, the quarterback from Syracuse, again, one of the hottest quarterbacks in all of college football, definitely an impact player. Demetrius Samuel Jr., we haven't seen him on the field yet, but he is going to have to play a pivotal role against this explosive Clemson passing attack. Antonio Williams returns a do-it-all slot player for the offense, and Will Held, the transfer from Purdue. What more can you say about him? He's been Clemson's best defensive player this year, hands down.
Angeli reaching up to make the catch. Jonte Cook on the quick slant to beat the blitz as we check in with Chris Button.
Bob, certainly not the way that Clemson thought this beginning of the game was going to go. Watching the bench, this offense is shell-shocked to the point where Kate Klubnik just had to come up to the offensive line, give them a motivational speech, clap in their faces, and said, it's okay, we still got this, guys, let's wake up.
They haven't even had a chance to take the field yet. Antonio Williams waiting to return. He played 5 plays against LSU before he was injured, and has not been seen since, and hasn't seen the field yet. With Syracuse, the surprise onside kick, third down here. Angeli to the sideline. He missed Jonte Cook that time. So now the decision for Fran Brown to make. Do you go for it in plus territory on 4th down and 2?
I think with the score already on the board, there's no question that you do. They're playing this game to win it. And you can just see how they're trying to set up their play calls. That time you see the short motion by the running back, Will Nixon, just to see if Wade Woodaz would follow him. They knew it was man coverage. Had a little bit of a rub route at the top of the screen, dialed up perfectly. Interesting call here on 4th down.
4th and 2, Yassine Willis to the right of Angeli.
Looks like we got man-to-man coverage again.
Play clock at 4. Angeli gets it off. 4-man rush. On the slant, he's got Cook again. Same route. And the same result, a 4th down conversion and a gain of 15.
Just watch Jonte Cook on a little return route. He's going to go like he's going on the out and then stop, put on the brakes, and come back inside. And you see Jaden Lucas has no chance.
They run hurry up. They'll float it down the sideline for Darryl Gill. And that's an incompletion. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
And one of the things Fran Brown, the head coach of Syracuse, told us is that he thought a lot of this game was going to depend upon how his secondary held up in man-to-man coverage. Well, right now, if you're Tom Allen of the Clemson Tigers and defensive coordinator, you're going, how is my secondary going to hold up? Because they have attacked them at their strength. Avion Terrell, one of the best corners in college football, they've gone after him. And there you see him on your screen. They are showing no fear.
Syracuse ran the ball on the first 5 plays on their opening drive. They've thrown it 7 times in a row since. Angeli scans the field, comes back across the middle to a guy that you said has drawn as much of your focus on film as anyone. Dan Villari, a tremendous tight end, and he's got the first down.
Yeah, former quarterback. He is just fantastic. Just watch him. He's going to run the same kind of route. Look like he's going to go to the out and then just pivot and come back inside. Against man coverage, when you go against guys who overcommit and then their eyes go back to the quarterback and don't stay on their man, those are the kind of routes you can get open on. Villari's one of the best tight ends in all of college football.
Cook in motion. Play action. Angeli, another slant. Down to the 5-yard line. Just as Ross Simmons makes it 1st and goal. Working on Ashton Hampton.
Again, the size at 6'3", 210 pounds. You see him just rip inside to get inside leverage and then just use his big body and his catch radius to shield Ashton Hampton from getting in position to make a PBU. I mean, what more can you say? Look, we know it's early, 8:46 and counting in the first quarter. If you're a Syracuse fan right now, you're going, we'll take it. Not too bad.
And now Syracuse loads up with 3 tight ends. Yassine Willis up the middle. He's got a yard down to the 4-yard line.
The battle at the point of attack, Bob. That's what we said, that this Clemson defensive front had to dominate it. They have to somehow, somebody has to dig deep here. One of these big-time playmakers, T.J. Parker, Peter Woods, Wade Woodaz, number 17, Sammy Brown, 47. Somebody's got to step up here.
Villari in motion. 2nd and goal. Rolling out Angeli. Batted down once again. It was Woodaz. Now check that. That's Sammy Brown. That got a hand on it and knocked it down to make it 3rd down and goal.
And Angeli had the receiver, Darryl Gill, open for a touchdown and just didn't see him. Watch him uncover, back of the end zone. He just has to put it on him, and it's a touchdown. Offensive coordinator Jeff Nixon right now dialing up all the plays, all the hits against this Clemson defensive coverage. Key 3rd down.
Jeff Nixon's son Will in the game, a tailback to the right of Angeli. 3rd and goal from the 4. Angeli, well protected. A batted ball once again, and it falls incomplete. 3rd time that Clemson has knocked one down at the line of scrimmage. That time Will Helt. They get the red zone stop, and it will be a field goal attempt for Syracuse.
Watch Will Helt is coming inside, and you watch him use his 6'5" frame, 6'6" frame to get his hands up. You can't get to the quarterback, stop your rush, time the leap, match the hand of the quarterback if you can. That's a timely play. Will Held has been delivering for this football team all season long. He delivers again.
So Trip Woody, 23 yards out, gives Syracuse the early 2-score lead. The over-under in that SMU-TCU game, about 110. Fair catch called for by Adam Randall. So for the first time in the game, Clemson has the ball on offense, and Chris Button, they're also healthy again.
Yes, this coming at the right time, particularly on the offensive side as they get left tackle Tristan Lee back up front. And then, as you mentioned, Antonio Williams, who's been out after just a couple plays in the opener, is back after dealing with a hamstring injury. I'm told he was a full participant during practice this week. He was at full speed. Now, I've been watching him on the sidelines. It's been over 30 minutes of real time since he's been able to be on the field. He did spend a lot of time on the bike trying to keep that hamstring warm.
And we'll see how he is featured early. They certainly want to get him involved as he is their best offensive weapon. And they've been without him for all but 5 plays this year. They'll start on the ground with Randall. Hunting for some running room and not finding much. 2 yards up the middle. Well, Cade Klubnik, he came into the season, Lewis, in the Heisman conversation at the top of a lot of mock drafts as one of the top quarterbacks in college football.
Timeout on the field.
He's turned it over 4 times against only 3 touchdown passes through the first 3 weeks. And we already have an injured Clemson Tiger as well. Looks like Walker Parks, the right guard, is injured. Well, Clemson started the season with a game that they said they were a couple of plays away from winning against LSU after being ranked number 4 in the preseason, but a tough luck loss where they could only manage 10 points on offense here at Death Valley. They were down 16-0 to Troy and had to come back from that deficit to get a win. But after the loss last week to Georgia Tech, for the first time since 2014, they have dropped out of the top 25.
I mean, that is just hard to believe. I mean, they're experiencing some things that I think as a football program and as a fan base, they just did not foresee. And look, an argument can be made. They're a play away against LSU. They're a walk-off against Georgia Tech. But Dabo Swinney believes that these players have been in position to make plays to where it could easily be 3-0, but as Bill Parcells says, your record is what it says it is. And that's just as simple as that.
What has to change for this offense?
I think, look, Cade has to be seeing it a little bit better as far as in the passing game is concerned. There are some wide receivers, some route concepts that he's just not seeing properly and not getting the ball to where it needs to be. He needs to protect the football better. They need to run the football with more consistency. You saw that a little bit last week with Adam Randall against Georgia Tech. It was really about consistency of execution within the offense. As simple as that.
Antonio Williams is in the slot left. Klubnik looks that way, and there is the first attempt and the first catch. That finds Williams, but he's bottled up. That's a gain of only about 3 yards. Devin Grant wrapped him up out at the 31-yard line. The crowd realizing now there's the first touch of the season for Antonio Williams. 3rd down and 4. Only a 3-man rush. Klubnik rolls out. Williams again breaks the tackle. First down. Security blanket is back for Cade Klubnik.
Yeah, man-to-man coverage. Something that offensive coordinator Garrett Riley said he expects to see a lot of out of Syracuse, and they're running the man beaters. Lots of pick routes, lots of rub routes, trying to get Antonio Williams on track here early.
Randall gets to the sideline. He ran his own man over, and a Syracuse tackler as well, and he has a first down.
It's a good, tough, physical run by the former wide receiver Adam Randall, 6'2", 235 pounds.
He may have juggled that ball and got it back at the end of that run, but he's been pretty consistent the last couple of games.
Yeah, no question, and they need to get him the ball here early and often. Establish a balanced attack.
This will be a false start as Clemson will move back to their side of the 50.
Snap infraction. Offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
So it'll be 1st and 15 for the Tigers. I've been to Death Valley many times. This is as quiet as you have, I think, ever heard it or not heard it.
I was just kind of taking it in. Like, there's like a pall over this crowd right now.
They're worried.
They're like, what is going on here? And those kind of self-inflicted wounds right there, that's not what they're looking to see here. They got to keep this momentum going.
Klubnik, empty backfield. Threw it behind Bryant Wesco. So now it's 2nd down and 15.
See, Bob, that's an easy throw for a guy of Cade Klubnik's abilities. It's got to be an easy throw. You got to put this on the outside number of Bryant Wesco and let him turn upfield and make some yardage after the catch. It's just off target. And those are the kind of things that Dabo's talking about. Make the plays that are there to be made.
breaks a tackle. Good balance from Adam Randall. He's got 10. So from 2nd and 15 on the ground to make it 3rd down and manageable. 3rd and a long 5.
That's a really nice run by Adam Randall. Good blocking on the right side of that offensive line by right tackle Blake Miller. Yeah, here's the money down. This is where Garrett Riley, as you see him there on your screen, calling in the plays to Cade Klubnik. This is where he's got to see it correctly. Identify the coverage pre-snap, make the adjustments post-snap, put the ball on the numbers of the wide receivers, and let these guys go to work.
And he has Antonio Williams back in the game as well. Klubnik out of the pocket, backpedaling. Nice fake to keep the play alive across his body. And it is scooped up by TJ Moore, close to a 1st down. He's about a ½ yard short. Klubnik signaling over to the sideline. They not only want to go for it, they want to go for it quickly, but they are now substituting, getting the big bodies on the field. That will allow Syracuse to substitute as well.
You'll see TJ Moore. The ball's moving around a little bit.
First down. And that's a big man first down.
And Big Peter Woods, the do-it-all defensive tackle, 6'3", 310, goes in and says, hey, look, let me get in on a little bit of this action. And now here you got a 1st down plus territory. Bryant Wesco. Last week when we saw him in Atlanta against Georgia Tech, he went off in that game. He was the go-to guy. He's the high riser on the outside. Got to get him going down the field.
Klubnik takes the screen. Instead, he lofts one. Jump ball in the end zone. Flag out, touchdown. Bryant Wesco. They take the shot, and he wins the one-on-one. You were saying, Lewis?
Sometimes you just
Pass
get
interference, defense, number 29. That penalty's declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
Sometimes you just get a feel, Bob, for what coaches are thinking, having been out there in these situations a few times. And you're going to see Bryant Wesco. He almost mistimes his jump. But this young man's hand-eye coordination is just ridiculous. He can track that ball as well as anyone.
So Wesco's 4th touchdown of the season gets Clemson on the board, and Death Valley is quiet no longer.
Syracuse just ran a little corner blitz. You're going to see the corner coming off the edge. And then you can see he's one-on-one against nickelback Barry Buxton. And on the underthrown ball, when you don't have vision on the football, it's a real hard thing to really try and time up the eyes and hands of the receiver and punch the pocket cleanly and create a pass breakup. Receiver has all the advantage in that situation. And Bryant Wesco is as talented as any pass catcher in college football. That's exactly the response Clemson needed.
And how much did Cade Klubnik need that one as well? Because talking to Dabo Swinney, talking to offensive coordinator Garrett Riley, they kept using the phrase, just let it fly, cut it loose, play instinctively, right? Like, go back to not thinking so much, just playing the position. Well, that was, I'm just going to take a shot to my best guy.
No question. I mean, just look at this crowd around here, the atmosphere here. There's a lot of expectations with this football program. They come out, play LSU right out of the gate. It doesn't go well. The expectations are still high. These kids just need to relax and enjoy the game and forget everything else that's surrounding what it means to play for Clemson football.
Let's take a look at our weekend lineup brought to you by Wendy's. Syracuse with the field goal lead. They've got the football back. And the games that are coming up later on this afternoon and tonight, of course, Florida and Miami, our primetime game on ABC. Coming up next, interesting game between Tulane and Ole Miss, and a ranked versus ranked game in the SEC, Auburn, Oklahoma on ABC as well. And South Carolina needs to bounce back. They get a chance on the road to do that against Missouri. So good games this afternoon and tonight. Yassine Willis goes backwards. There is owning the line of scrimmage by Clemson. That's what they needed. Jaheim Lawson came through first, and he had help.
This is what we're talking about as far as resetting the line of scrimmage. Just watch Jaheim Lawson. Look at the penetration. disruption, block disruption, play in the backfield 2 to 3 yards on the other team's side of the line of scrimmage. Running game can't get started that way. This defense needs to feed off of the energy that the offense just infused into this stadium. We'll see if they can sustain it. And if you're Syracuse, again, it's about Steve Angeli. Keep them composed. You've shown that you can throw this football. Go back to work.
5-man rush. Angeli steps up down the sideline. Great catch made by Darrell Gill. Did he get a foot down? They will say he did.
This is incredible. This is an incredible attempt here by Darrell Gill Jr. Just look at him here. Twist his body around. Watch his right foot. That's a catch. I mean, he has the ball above his head, and he's looking down at his feet to get that ball in bounds. He's been doing this all season.
Back to the ground attack. Will Nixon for a couple of yards up the middle.
If you're Syracuse and you're Fran Brown, the head coach, this is how exactly you want your team to respond. Don't blink. Clemson's very talented. You know they're going to punch back and not just roll over in this football game. You got to absorb the surges and then continue to push on. What a heck of a start to this game.
Counter handoff. And bouncing off tacklers is Yassine Willis. He's got a first down.
That's just a great effort. Yassine Willis. He's a big man. They really need him to play a pivotal role. And you're seeing it already happen here. In Clemson, again, you got to stop the bleeding. You got to figure a way to get some stops, get off the field.
Right back to him. Bobbing and weaving his way, and now carrying tacklers for 11 more yards is Yassine Willis.
This is a 235-pound running back, folks. And you see there, he made a player who I have a lot of respect for, safety Ronan Hannafin, number 5, basically just looked like he can't tackle in the open field.
Another carry for Willis. And he grinds out 3 more. And we have a player for Clemson losing their helmet. So that is going to force Kobe McLeod out of the game. Already 62 yards on 7 carries for Yassine Willis.
Just look at the time of possession already for Syracuse, a team that came into this game throwing the football all over the field.
Now it's Will Nixon, just short of the first down.
You just see their offensive line are really doing a nice job of getting great body position on this Clemson defensive front and just creating running lanes.
Syracuse can go with a hard count here. Instead, they'll snap the ball. And getting outside is Nixon. Inside the 10-yard line, he's bumped out of bounds by Ashton Hampton. That should take us to the end of the quarter. Unless Syracuse keeps it up-tempo. It's 1st and goal at the 9. And it looks like they will let the rest of the quarter clock expire. Syracuse jumped out to the early 10-0 lead. Clemson responds. A touchdown catch by Wesco. A response drive, though, from Syracuse again. Great start after 1.
Fran, to start the game with that scoring drive and follow it up with a surprise on kick, what does that say about your approach to this game?
We got to do everything we can. I think that this football team we're playing is one of the best teams in the country.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we want to keep that quarterback off the field as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if Clemson is indeed one of the best teams in the country, if that's the way this season plays out, it's a great sign for Syracuse because they are going toe-to-toe with Clemson. And we start the second quarter with 1st and goal. Bobble Shoes and Lewis Riddick and Chris Button here at Death Valley. Steve Angeli, handoff Nixon at the 5, freeway into the end zone for another Syracuse touchdown. The Orange have their 2-score lead back.
You're Jeff Nixon, the offensive coordinator for Syracuse. You can't do any better than this. He has thrown everything at this Clemson defense, and they haven't had a single answer for it yet.
We are 4 seconds into the second quarter. Syracuse already has gone over 200 yards of total offense. And they've run for 107 yards in a game, Lewis, where you said this was about the line of scrimmage for Clemson.
And we said here it was about Steve Angeli making good decisions both in the run and pass game. Here on the zone read, watch what he does. He just reads T.J. Parker coming off the edge. T.J.'s not quite sure what to do. He's trying to play 2 players at once. And Steve just reads him and says, hey, look, if you're just going to hesitate just for a second, I'm going to give it to my guy, Will Nixon. The linebacker who was sitting off the ball in man coverage wasn't able to get over the top. And there you see Dabo. You just see this supreme frustration. And for Fran Brown, I mean, how can you top this really at this point?
They start with a 7-play touchdown drive. They stole a possession back, as Chris mentioned, with Fran Brown, with the surprise onside kick to take the 10-0 lead. Clemson answers, but Syracuse answers right back. Although now they kick the ball out of bounds. So this will give, off of the penalty, good field position to Clemson.
Free kick out of bounds on the kicking team. Ball be placed at the 35-yard line.
Let's check in with Matt Barry. Low. That's very low for that game. Although right now it's playing to it. Now Clemson needs a response again. As Cade Klubnik threw one deep to Bryant Wesco on their last possession, but now they find themselves right back in a 10-point hole. Flags at the snap.
Self-inflicted penalties. Get a false start on the right tackle, Blake Miller, 78.
Delay of game for disconcerting signals on the defense. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Maybe that's why he moved. See, sometimes, Bob, you know, you just kind of like maybe hold your water, don't try to predict everything. You know, but I mean, you saw the right tackle. He was trying to, he moved. But yeah, defenses try to do everything they can to try and get an advantage. You see Fran Brown arguing, saying his guys didn't do anything wrong.
So it's 1st and 5. Randall to the 50-yard line and to the 45 of Syracuse before he's finally brought down by Cornell Perry. 15 yards for Adam Randall.
He just gets more and more comfortable with every carry that he is able to execute in the live 11-on-11 situations and game time situations. And Adam Randall's a fantastic looking prospect.
Play action for Klubnik. Floats one across the field. Almost pulled in by T.J. Moore with one hand. Tracked by Chris Peel.
That man-to-man coverage that Syracuse continues to use. You see, he tries to get that right hand up, can't get two hands up. Chris Peel, the corner for Syracuse, been playing some good ball over the past couple of weeks. These corners are going to be on an island a lot against this fantastic receiving core of Clemson. Some nice individual matchups.
Trotting on the field late is Dennis Jarquez as Clemson substituted, so Syracuse given the ability to substitute as well. Swing pass to Randall. And that time he loses yardage. Really nice one-on-one tackle by Devin Grant. That's a loss of 1 to make it 3rd down and 11.
That's a heck of a play by Devin Grant. Diagnosing that play quickly, coming downhill. Now they got him in a 3rd and long type of situation here. They've been getting taken advantage of in one-on-one situations in man coverage, 3rd and long. Maybe run a little bit more zone, keep eyes on the quarterback. You know Cade can scramble a little bit. And if you're Clemson, you're trying to get the ball to Antonio Williams, who are you going to here? You need to pick this up.
Williams heads up the bunch on the right side of the field. Klubnik looks that way, has all day to throw, comes back to the near side to Randall, and he is well short of the 1st down by at least 5 yards. He picked up 6. And let's see if the punt group comes out for Dabo Swinney. Jamie Tremble, the tight end turned linebacker, came up to make the stop, and they love the progress he has made at linebacker.
Sure do. You see Tremble, he has got fantastic individual physical traits. 6'4", 222, long, has tremendous get off. They think he's going to be a heck of a prospect in a couple of years. You're going to be hearing early on in the draft.
Yeah, Fran Brown said, don't be surprised if in a few years Roger Goodell is up there at the podium saying with the 13th pick in the draft.
He sure did.
Jamie Tremble. Is this ball saved? It looks like it may have gotten across the goal line. I think it's a touchback. Syracuse arguing, but the officials say no. It broke the play. So Clemson could not keep the ball out of the end zone, and that's a break for Syracuse.
They have 2 guys right there. You have 2 players.
On the field is a touchback.
Just
Media
tap it back into the field of play. Foot comes down on the goal line. It's another mistake by Clemson.
ESPN College Football, presented by Serve Pro, is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Fan work is thirsty work.
One of the happy, smiling Clemson fans that we had this video of, it was pregame.
Yeah.
This is time shifted, as you would expect, because back to the offense goes Syracuse. Clemson 1-2 for only the second time ever under Dabo Swinney. They have never started 1-3. Normally they follow a loss with a win. And here is Angeli down the sideline trying for a hole shot, squeezes it into Jonte Cook, out of bounds. He thinks he got a foot down, but the officials say no.
See Jonte Cook, who's already made his presence felt, trying to get that left foot down. Oh, it's right on the line. It's the tip of his left foot.
We'll see if replay buzzes down to take a closer look, but that first shot that we had seemed to be an accurate call. So second down and 10. Angeli sidearms one, and that's pulled down out with a flag down in the offensive backfield. Jonte Cook makes that catch, and Angeli, I think, was roughed by Jaheim Lawson.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense number 15. 15 yards will be added to the end of the run. Automatic first down.
You're going to see Jaheim Lawson, number 15, coming off the end. Continues to drive him into the ground. I mean, that's close. It's real close.
Dabo Swinney screaming at the officials on the sideline as if to say, what do you want my pass rusher to do?
That's real close right there.
You've seen Willis. A flag thrown behind the play after a 2-yard gain. Cade Denhoff made the stop for Clemson.
Holding. Offense number 76. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Well, Chris Budden, you're down there among some unhappy Clemson fans.
Yeah, you can hear the boos. Right now, it's more pointed at the officials than the team, but they have been. I was standing right next to the Clemson defensive line bench, and they were hearing it from a group of fans that are literally right behind the bench, ridiculing them. All week, Dabo Swinney has tried to tell his team, block out the noise. That's one thing when it's social media. It's another thing when it's fans 10 feet behind where you're sitting.
Well, they have Syracuse backed up now, 1st and 20 after the holding penalty. Four-man rush. Angeli underneath to Villari. Picks up 6. Avion Terrell made the stop for Clemson.
Syracuse is looking really poised as far as what they're trying to get done here offensively. Mix it in the run very well. Zone scheme, gap scheme, getting that big running back. You see Willis going downhill. You see Fran Brown there. They have a nice plan coming into this football game.
Angeli off play action, extending the play. Now he's going to tuck it under and run and gets tripped up at the line of scrimmage by Will Help, who continues to make impact plays on the defensive line for Clemson. He's been their best defensive player.
Just watch him come in here with the bull rush, and then you just see the effort. He dispatches Dan Villari, eventually just runs him over, gets pulled to the ground, gets up off the ground, continues to pursue Steve Angeli. That's exactly what they talk about with this guy. He's giving them everything they could possibly want. Out of a transfer coming in here at defensive end, needs to come up here big once again.
Purdue transfer, part of a 1-11 team last season. 3-man rush on 3rd and long, and still off the back foot. Angeli has his check down, and Will Nixon flags down in the offensive backfield again. Did they rough Angeli again?
Personal foul, roughing the passer with targeting. Defense number 13, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. The targeting component will be under further review.
Well, if This is targeting. It's on Will Helt, and he's done for the day.
Let's watch the pass rush. Let's work through this play. That's a tremendous spin move. And you're going to see the contact up around the head and neck. His helmet goes off to the side. Shoulder pad catches Angeli right underneath the chin. You see his helmet go up. Chin strap up over his nose. Again, helmet off to the side. With that contact to the head and neck area. Great pass rush.
Well, again, we have our officiating expert, Jerry McGinn. And, Jerry, it looks like a lot of the indicators are here. The launch, possible crown of the helmet, Angeli in that throwing motion. Is he defenseless? This might be upheld.
So you do have a defenseless player in the quarterback. But I see that the defender, his helmet goes to the side. And, I don't really see a launch. I see him going through. I wouldn't be surprised if replay picked this one up at no targeting.
Called targeting on the field.
Well, it may have saved himself, as we've been pointing out, the head off to the side, but it's a vicious hit nonetheless.
After further review, there is no targeting on the play. Number 13 may remain in the game. However, the foul for roughing the passer will still be enforced.
So there's still a 15-yard penalty for roughing the passer.
Yeah, it looked like he took at least 1.5 steps, maybe 2, finishing on the quarterback. Forcible contact to the head and neck area of the defenseless opponent. It's a fine line. For Syracuse, you're on the move once again.
2 big personal fouls called against the Clemson defense on this drive. Yacine Willis keeps the ground attack going for Syracuse. He's got 4 more yards right up the middle.
The interior of this Syracuse offensive line doing a nice job of just getting good body position and creating seams for Willis to use his instincts and his quick feet and just pick up 3, 4 at a time. Chew up that clock, keep Clemson off the field.
Another creased run for Willis. The secondary has been busy trying to bring down Yacine Willis. 11 more yards. And that is the 10th offensive play of 10 yards or more, Lewis, here in the first half for Syracuse.
Just watch the blocking here at the point of attack. Just look at how they are just getting a body on a body. And there are just creases all over the place for Yacine Willis to go ahead and exploit. And this is against some very good defensive tackles. And Peter Woods, Lamonte Capehart. And they are losing the battle.
Play action for Angeli. Lobs one towards the end zone. Caught running under it. Darryl Gill for a touchdown. Perfect placement for Angeli. And Darryl Gill's got another.
That's just beautiful execution. The slot fade is what they call this. You see Gill Jr. beat down, gets the ball, secures it, gets 2 hands on it, never moves.
As the saying goes, that one's good on Sundays.
Sure is.
There were 5 Syracuse receivers last season that had at least 500 yards receiving during the year. The only one they brought back was Darryl Gill.
They get the matchup that they want. Darryl Gill Jr. against Ricardo Jones, the safety. He never has a chance. He's pulling away the entire play.
We're back at Clemson, where, Lewis, the Syracuse offense has been all but perfect so far.
It's unbelievable, the execution that these young men are putting on display here. The wide receivers, the size on the outside, starting off with Justice Ross Simmons, and then Will Nixon, the son of the offensive coordinator, Jeff Nixon, for Syracuse, gets in on the party. And then the guy who's been making highlight plays all season long, Darrell Gill Jr., 6'3", 190. This shows you put a safety on me one-on-one, that's disrespectful. I'm going to take that every time.
Now, the last touchdown drive, the third already of at least 75 yards. That was helped out by 2 roughing the passer penalties. That was a big reason why Syracuse moved the ball down the field. Having said that, though, that's still 3 long touchdown drives against this Clemson defense. And we take a look at the Taco Bell Live Más student section. Only one student section can claim the title of Live Más Student Section of the Year. Who will take home the trophy this year?
Bob, I can only imagine the message that defensive coordinator Tom Allen is going to have for his defense at halftime.
What would you say?
Well, we can't say it on air here, but I'm telling you, this is the exact opposite of what he said he expected. Not that he wanted, but that he expected. This has this whole stadium just shocked.
Klubnik off play action. Floats one, and running under it. Now to about the 30-yard line is T.J. Moore. He picks up 6. Well, Tom Allen's in his first season as the defensive coordinator at Clemson, because last season they were number 69 in total defense, after being a top 10 team in the country in total defense 8 of the previous 10 years. They dropped to 69th. Tom Allen comes in. Now they're not in the top 75 so far this year.
This is an unbelievable performance by Syracuse so far in this football game.
Screen out to Wesco, and he goes backwards. Another tackle for Devin Grant, and it'll be 3rd down.
You see Devin Grant just blows past the block attempt in the slot from Tyler Brown and just blows up Wesco. We got to talk to Devin Grant a couple weeks ago before Syracuse took on Tennessee to kick off the season. What a great kid to talk to. They have a bunch of great kids on this football team, and here's Kate Klubnik, 3rd and long again.
Syracuse shows blitz, empty backfield. Klubnik audibles. Still time on the play clock. Syracuse backs out. They rush 4. Klubnik still has to spin away from the pass rush. Running to the sideline. Out of bounds. Nowhere to throw the football. Bumped out by Demetrius Samuel. But it's going to be a 3 and out.
And there you see maybe a little bit of a protection mix-up. Syracuse showed like they were coming with maximum pressure and then dropped out and played coverage. And the left tackle, Tristan Lee, just turns loose a rusher off the edge. And Klubnik has to run for his life. Every call that Syracuse has made so far seems to be working. They are locked into what Clemson's trying to get done, and it's reflected in the score.
Second youngest player in college football, Demetrius Samuel, with a fair catch at his own 25-yard line. Syracuse has the ball and a 3-score lead.
Cena, Brock Lesnar. The world will be watching. Stream WrestlePalooza on the ESPN app tonight.
Our first big wrestling premium live event tonight on the ESPN app, and that's the main event. And right now, Syracuse in the driver's seat in this game. A 17-point lead, the largest deficit that Clemson has faced so far this season, and they're 1-2. And the Orange have the ball back. Will Nixon turned back after a gain of 1.5 yards. Sammy Brown, another tackle. The ACC Defensive Rookie of the Year last year.
Who on the defensive side of the ball is going to create a game-changing turnover, sack, something that really fires up this side of the football and allows them to kind of realize, hey, we're in a ball game here. You got to make some plays. You got to get your offense more cracks at it, get them on the football field. Because right now, Syracuse has their number in every facet.
Angeli, swing pass, nice adjustment by Nixon. And it looks like he has a first down and got hit late out of bounds. Ronan Hannafin might have cost Clemson's defense another 15 yards, and he's getting yanked off the field by Dabo Swinney.
Runners clearly in the white.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense number 5 for a late hit out of bounds. 15-yard penalty added to the end of the run. First down.
You're going to see Hannafin here. You see foot is in the white. Just pull off. The runner's giving himself up. He's stepping out of bounds. But this football team right now is becoming unraveled. The leadership structure on the football field has to step up. And it's not going to be Dabo. It's not going to be Tom Allen. It's not going to be Garrett Riley. The players on the field, someone has to take control of what's happening to this football team right now, or they're going to get blown out of their own stadium.
Angeli, high throw right through the hands of Justice Ross Simmons. This is an unhappy coach. Watch him on the left side of the screen. There's Dabo Swinney telling Ronan Hannafin, you are in Chateau Bow Wow.
This is a situation, again, this has to be corrected from the inside out, meaning the guys on the grass right now inside the white lines. Coaches can yell, do all the things that they want to do. The players have to take it upon themselves. Somebody has to step up here.
Angeli to Villari. And he's very close to a first down. Dan Villari, of course, was a quarterback in Michigan and then came to Syracuse as a quarterback, but was eventually convinced by the coaches to become a tight end. And now he has great chemistry with Angeli as they'll try and sneak it on 3rd down and short, but the play blown dead at the line of scrimmage. A flag in the backfield.
Offense, number 6. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
That's a big call on Yasin Willis, because instead of 3rd down and about a foot, now it's 3rd down and over 5.
Just takes a slight step forward. A little miscommunication as far as what the snap count was going to be. You see Yasin here on your screen. Just watching, you just see it. Just takes a slight step forward with that right foot. Wide receivers for Syracuse have been able to win one-on-one time and time again.
Clemson blitzes. Another tipped ball. That's the 4th here in the first half, and Shelton Lewis coming on a nickel blitz was able to get the tip as we check in with Matt. Well, here it's 24-7 Syracuse, and they're going for it. At least it would appear. Let's see if they actually snap the ball or if this is a hard count on 4th down and a long 5.
Fran Brown pushing all his chips in.
Play clock winding down. They are going for it. No, check that. The pooch punt. Angeli. It's pretty well done.
Very well done.
So Clemson has the ball back, but inside their own 8-yard line. Today we've got 2 big games on ABC and the all-new ESPN app. In the SEC at 3:30 Eastern, Auburn will take on Oklahoma. And then it's SEC, ACC, and the interstate rivalry game tonight down in Miami as the Canes host the Gators.
Some big-time matchups coming up this afternoon. We've got maximum intrigue right here, though. I mean, this is just something that I don't think anybody foresaw. We saw a tough competitive football game, but not this kind of score. 106 total yards.
Randall up the gut. Good start to this drive for Clemson. They have all 3 of their timeouts. They've got the 2-minute timeout. They've got 5 minutes on the clock. So they have plenty of time to put a drive together before halftime.
Make the plays that are there to be made. Don't look at the scoreboard. Just execute the offense. That's got to be the message coming from Cade Klubnik in the huddle.
Klubnik swings one out to the edge. DJ Moore's got a first down. They were down by 16 in this building against Troy a couple of games ago. Came back and won the game. Scored 27 in a row. They were down by 13 last week at Georgia Tech. Did come back to take the lead. Although, Lewis, they would eventually lose that game. But this is the biggest deficit they have faced so far. Blitz. Klubnik well protected and delivers a strike to Antonio Williams. Great pass protection. And that gave Klubnik a clean look for 15 yards.
Nice job by Adam Randall stepping up. Picking up the second-level rusher. Cade Klubnik seeing the field clearly. Antonio Williams making his presence felt. Nice first down pickup.
Another blitz. Again, good pass protection. They take advantage again. Here's Wesco. Right at the first down line to gain. The officials say he got there. So it's another Clemson first down. And for the first time, we're seeing some rhythm out of this Clemson offense.
Again, just make the plays that are there to be made. Garrett Riley making some nice calls as far as going against this man-dominant defensive scheme that Syracuse likes to employ. They've got the weapons on the outside to really get some chunk plays here down the field. It's consistent execution.
Klubnik, he's got a one-on-one for Cole Turner. Knocked away. Demetrius Samuel Jr., the second youngest player in college football. He only turned 17 in April after reclassifying and joining this roster.
Good job of just staying patient, not panicking, continue to try and punch through the catch basket, through the catch radius of the wide receiver all the way to the ground and create the PBU. The teams have targeted this young man. They've tried to get after him. It's going to be that way for him all season long.
Second down and 10. Another blitz. Klubnik, same side, and this time playing some zone with Samuel. He had backed off of Wesco. So it's amazing. Demetrius Samuel, as we said, only 17 years old. He's out on the same defense with David Reese, who's in his 8th year of college football. David Reese, when he was a true freshman in Florida, Demetrius Samuel was 9 years old.
And now they're playing the defense.
On the same college defense. And speaking of David Reese, I think that's Reese that might be down. We're having some technical difficulties, which we apologize for, with a little over 3 minutes to go before halftime. Let's take a look at this week's college football rankings brought to you by Goodyear. The top 2 idle in the Big Ten, as is Georgia and Texas A&M. Towards the bottom of the screen, of course, Miami and Florida will play on ABC at 7:30 Eastern tonight. And the Oregon rivalry game later on this afternoon as well.
Those Miami Hurricanes, man. It's a big game for Billy Napier and the Florida Gators. Talented roster, just have not been able to put together consistent performances for 60 minutes of football. The heck of an opportunity that they have now against a Canes team that looks to be back.
looked like that might have been Isaiah Hastings that was taken off the field. Reese still on the field for Syracuse. Klubnik, long throw, timed up perfectly to TJ Moore. Now the Clemson touchdown was a shot play to Brian Wesco. This is the first time it seems like there's some rhythm to their passing game, Lewis.
Yeah, it does. Syracuse has backed off a little bit, playing a little bit more zone. Clemson just taking what Syracuse has given them. They're going to back off and try and play everything deep to short. We'll throw it underneath. Cade in rhythm, on time, just delivering the football.
Klubnik under some pressure. Incomplete. Tried to fit one into TJ Moore with a blitz coming to his left.
Syracuse went back to the man coverage look. He had Antonio Williams coming open over the middle, but had pressure in his face and couldn't get the ball to him. You just kind of like how they're seeing the football field here right now as an offense. They need to cash in here with 7.
They've thrown it 7 plays in a row. Make it an 8th. Tunnel screen. TJ Moore gets a block. Gets free. What a move. Inside the 5. First and goal. If they hurry, they can snap it before the 2-minute timeout. Still 2:14 on the clock. And they want to go quickly. First and goal snap. Randall. So that should take us down to the 2-minute timeout. It'll be 2nd down and goal for Clemson. After we step aside, Gary Bryant made the touchdown-saving tackle for the Orange. Matt, it's been a terrible start to Clemson season. They are 1-2 for only the second time under Dabo Swinney, trying to avoid their first ever 1-3 start. A touchdown before halftime would go a long way, as they are down by 3 scores, but they've got it second down and goal. Klubnik rolls out. Spun down at the 3-yard line. So it will be third down and goal. Nowhere in the end zone to throw the football.
Nice job man coverage across the board by these Syracuse defenders.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 0 for taunting. After this, we see a little automatic first down. That was the reason we stopped the clock. There's 10-second run-up options.
Raheem Long called for taunting. Personal fouls hurt Clemson earlier on a couple of the drives.
You see
for Syracuse, Fran Brown letting out his safety here about it.
He sure is.
Clemson has declined the 10-second run-up option. The game clock will start on the snap.
So that makes it first and goal again. Randall wrestled down inside the 2-yard line. David Omopariola made the tackle at the 1.
Second and goal at the 1.
This defense not making it easy for Clemson to go ahead and punch this ball in here. They've gotten a lot of good penetration off the edges versus the inside run game.
Surprised Syracuse is not using their timeouts, as Clemson taking the clock all the way down. False start on Clemson will back them up.
False start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. We play second down. Because this is the reason we stopped the game clock under 2 minutes. It has 10-second run-up options.
Well, if you're Syracuse, I would think that you would not want the 10-second runoff, right? You probably want to keep some time on the clock for your offense.
The way it's been moving the football, absolutely.
Although they didn't use a timeout.
Syracuse has declined the 10-second run-up option. It'll be second down. The game clock will start on the snap.
So Syracuse will keep the 10 seconds. And they also maintain their timeouts with the penalty, so they still have all 3. Second down and goal, but back to the 6. Klubnik all day. Extends the play. Floats it end zone. Scooped up. Touchdown. Adam Randall. Back to his roots. The running back used to be a wide receiver, and he looked like one there.
Nice job initially by the Syracuse defense playing man-to-man coverage. You see Randall against the linebacker, Gary Bryant. He just ad-libs on the play as Klubnik is trying to buy time. That's just making a football play. Just making a play when it breaks down out of structure. Exactly what they needed here going into the end of the half.
Second touchdown pass for Klubnik. So Syracuse still has 1:06 on the clock. They have all 3 of their timeouts. Their lead, once again, though, is down to 10.
You're going to see it's just going to be Adam Randall against the linebacker, Gary Bryant, as this play breaks down. And he's just going to ad-lib and adjust his route. Running a little halfback angle. He sees that Cade is starting to scramble, puts his hand up, just kind of floats to the back of the end zone. Gary Bryant can't keep vision on him. And here you see it. Syracuse did a nice job of matching all the patterns across the board initially. And this is where quarterbacks have to just turn into playmakers. And the receivers have to make themselves friendly to the quarterback and get open.
And that caps a 13-play, 92-yard touchdown drive that Clemson needed in the absolute worst way. And they got it.
Down 10 points, and they go into the half now, feeling as though, look, we're 2 possessions away. Just got to get some stops defensively.
Tyreek Hill's going to bring it out. And the freshman scoots across the 25-yard line. Kick off your Week 3 NFL Sunday with the Countdown crew on ESPN. Randy Moss reunites Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson for a conversation before they square off on Sunday. And our Week 3 Monday Night Football matchup features the Ravens and the Lions. 8 Eastern on ABC, ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and the all-new ESPN app. Peyton and Eli once again on ESPN2 as well.
You see there, Clemson, that last drive, trying to close the gap here as far as yardage, time of possession, and the scoreboard ultimately.
Angeli, screen pass, Ross Simmons. Nowhere to go. Now, the Tigers could use timeouts as well. Timeout was quickly called.
Clemson takes its first timeout of the half. Your 30-second timeout. Please just set the game clock to 56 seconds. 0-5-6. Thank you.
Well, this is a big moment for the Clemson defense. You can feel it, can't you, Lewis?
Absolutely, it sure is. Look, they have not played well. They have been beaten at the point of attack. They have made coverage mistakes, communication mistakes. But, you know, you just keep fighting. You just keep digging. You just keep playing the game because there's a lot of time left on the clock. And they need to come up with a stop here, and they need to come out in the second half and keep that momentum going. Syracuse is not going to stop. You know Fran Brown is going to empty the tank. He's going to do everything to keep this team on its heels. And Clemson's going to have to be up to the challenge. This game was in very close danger of getting out of hand for them.
And their defense has had a bad first half against this Syracuse offense. But if you use your timeouts and get possibly a 3-and-out here, the offense would have one more chance with the football before halftime, and they start the third quarter with it as well. Angeli, he has other ideas. Valari knifes up the middle for a Syracuse first down, and that, at least for the moment, stops the clock. The Orange will hustle up. They still have all 3 of theirs to call. Angeli bobbled and nearly hauled in. Another excellent opportunity for Justice Ross Simmons, but Avion Terrell was there.
And these receivers are just so difficult to deal with because of how tall they are. And Terrell does a nice job of finishing the down, reading the eyes and hands, never giving up. It's going to be like that. It's going to be a fight all game long outside, one-on-one.
That tackle made on the field of play. So let's see if either team calls a timeout. Interesting down and distance now. Jonte Cook picked up 5. And Syracuse will stay aggressive. They call the timeout with 32 seconds on the clock.
Syracuse takes its first timeout of the half. Please just set the game clock to 34 seconds. 0-3-4. Thank you.
So they're at least trying to get Trip Woody in field goal range if they can before halftime. And Steve Angeli going toe-to-toe with Cade Klubnik.
He sure is. He has delivered the football accurately. He knows exactly where he wants to go. His wide receivers are winning one-on-one. By and large, he's been protected pretty well. He's taken a few big shots in the pocket. And Cade Klubnik, look, he answered the bell on the last drive. Put together some plays, delivered the football effectively, created on the touchdown throw. These two will be in the spotlight in the second half. It'll come down to which quarterback plays better.
Big play here after the Syracuse timeout. Four-man rush. Angeli steps up in the pocket, down he goes. And maybe Dabo Sweeney now becomes the coach to call a timeout. He's standing next to the official. He's looking up at the clock. Now he calls timeout. Not sure what he was waiting for.
Clemson takes its second timeout of the half. Your 30-second timeout. Please just set the game clock to 24 seconds. 0.
Here you see the time to throw for Steve Angeli all game long. I thought this would be a big factor, him getting the ball out of his hands quickly against this pass rush from Clemson, and he has been sure with his reads. short of where he needs to go with the football. You getting the ball out under 2.5 seconds and throwing it with that kind of accuracy, you are just going to have a tough time being stopped by any defense. And there you see it. Them sacked once, again, taking a couple big hits, which do have a cumulative effect on a quarterback. But he has shown nerves of steel. And he knows that this offense rides with him, and he's going to have to deliver again in the second half.
Last season, Kyle McCord led all of college football in passing yards for the season. Steve Angeli came into today #1 in passing yards per game, following in McCord's footsteps. Through 3 games, only 2 yards separated the total. Angeli this year and McCord last year. So that'll be a touchback on the punt with 16 seconds on the clock. And Clemson with only 1 timeout left. Is that message just as angry a message from the Clemson coaching staff at halftime, even though they're only down by 10 now?
I was just about to say, I think Dabo now is going to really try to keep his football team feeling confident, trying to keep them poised. I think the time for yelling is over. This team has responded. They had a nice drive there just previously. The quarterback seeing it more clearly. Got to stop on defense. You got to really kind of emphasize those positive moments and see if they can come out here in the second half and close this gap down even more.
Well, they'll give Randall a chance. And he gets free. There goes Randall. They're just trying to run the clock out, and instead Adam Randall pops one. 7 seconds on the clock. They probably have to call their last timeout.
That's his poor effort on the part of Syracuse's defense. They relaxed as well, thinking that they're just going to try and run the clock out.
They're trying to preserve that timeout by spiking it. 5 seconds on the clock. And would they try a field goal with Nolan Hooser here? He kicked a national record 66-yard field goal in high school. And he made a 56-yarder last year, which is his collegiate long. And that was to win the ACC championship game. From right here, you're looking at about 58 yards. The play clock is winding down with the offense on the sideline. They're probably going to have to call timeout. Dabo Swinney will. Not sure how Clemson was managing things there.
Clemson takes its final timeout of the half.
Had the entire offense over on the sideline. I guess to try and call up a quick hitter with 5 seconds to draw Hooser a little closer and then use the timeout. Now they use it. And with only 5 seconds on the clock and no timeouts, they'll probably have to send him out here.
You can see a few of the coaches on the Clemson sideline go into the huddle and kind of let the coaches know in the huddle that, hey, the play clock is running. We got to get out of here on the football field. Don't want to waste this potential scoring opportunity, even if it is just a field goal.
Wonder if the wind is a factor here as well. There's some weather near the stadium right now, and the wind is picked up. Flags towards the top of the stadium are pretty well starched in a couple of spots. And it would seem that Clemson is heading towards where the wind might affect the ball once it gets up in the air. So that might have been part of the calculus here for Dabo Swinney. I mean, Hooser's got a great leg, but are they confident he can make one from 58 yards if the wind plays a part? They're going to leave the offense on the field. 5 seconds and no timeouts. And now it looks like Fran Brown will call a defensive timeout to talk things over for Syracuse.
Second timeout of the half.
You can, in 5 seconds, or I should say in 4 seconds, do a quick one to the sideline to try and draw your field goal kicker a little bit closer. But, of course, they spent that time out a moment ago, so now they have no choice but to work the sideline.
Fran Brown is trying to get a look at what the deployment of the wide receivers was going to be, trying to anticipate maybe what they're going to try and get done here. See if they can end this half right here. And make sure that you don't get anything thrown over top of you. They'll be plenty deep to make sure of that, and see if you can protect the sidelines as well and prevent them from getting out.
How do you do both? How do you protect the sideline and the deep ball?
Well, as you see, they got 3 guys deep here as far as the way they're deployed. And then the corners, you got to sit there and tell them, hey, look, keep outside leverage on the widest guys.
There's Klubnik. There's the quick out. Dropped. 1 second on the clock. And Hoosier's taking a walk out to look at his head coach to see if he will send him out, as Wesco couldn't hold that one along the sideline, and now they're going to keep the field goal unit on the sideline and I guess throw a Hail Mary.
And look, a little bit of indecision on the part of the Clemson coaching staff about what they want to do. I think you alluded to it. Are they not confident kicking the ball into the wind? It's not a real clean operation here.
Well, now Syracuse, 3 players along the goal line. Klubnik, he's going to throw a jump ball. This will reach the end zone. A 50-50 wrestling match for it. And the officials, I believe, are saying it is a Syracuse interception or an incompletion. Either way, it's not a score.
Incomplete pass. That's the end of the first half.
And they will say it is indeed an incomplete pass. And it will be a 2-score lead at halftime for the Orange.
You see Devin Grant, 23, going up and challenging Antonio Williams. That was close.
Let's head down to Chris.
Dabo, your offense gets you to within 2 possessions. What will be the message to your defense when you go in the locker room?
Well, that's about as bad a start defensively as I've seen. I mean, we have to stop the run. Simple as that. I mean, they just went through us. Now, we did get 2 punts, so it's good to see us settle in. We got a couple stops right there. Offense has had a pretty good rhythm. Just hadn't been able to get the ball. So we get the ball to start 3rd quarter. Got to go make something happen.
Thank you.
Could be a very important opening second half drive for Clemson as they are down by 10. It's time for the halftime report. Joey Galloway and E.J. Manuel back in the studio with Matt Barry. On top, 24-14. And we'll come back with more action after these messages. We are back at Clemson, but we have a weather delay. Lightning has been detected within 8 miles of Death Valley. So as a result, for at least a minimum of 30 minutes, we have to wait because you have to have a half an hour go by without a lightning strike or lightning detected somewhere within 8 miles of the stadium. So for the second time in as many home games for Clemson, there is a weather delay as we welcome you back to ESPN College Football presented by Serve Pro. You're watching the ACC on ESPN. And maybe a little more time for Dabo Swinney and the defensive coaches to chew out their Tigers back in the locker room because Dabo Swinney said it going away before halftime. Bob Wischusen and Lewis Riddick, Chris Budden. That was the worst first half he can remember by his defense.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. There was a lot of poor execution fundamentals in terms of tackling fundamentals that they just weren't executing on. Communication issues, getting out leverage, not keeping the ball boxed in, getting beat one-on-one down the field. It was just really a string of errors. And look, T.J. Parker was one of the people that we highlighted in the open here as being a guy who needed to step up. That's just a missed tackle on Adam Randall on this long run. Here, they are obviously reading him on this zone read look. But then again, he has a chance to make a unique play on the touchdown run to Nixon, and he's just not able to complete it. And you see here, you let a team run for over 123 yards on you in the first half. That's just not going to get it done.
It's the first half stats brought to you by Tums. A 300-yard first half on the road for the Syracuse offense. Impressive as we check in with Chris.
Yeah, to give you a sense of just the timeline of how this happened, I was standing with Fran Brown when all of the Syracuse players started making their way onto the field, and they were so amped up. Coach Brown patting them all on the shoulder, saying, give me your best 30 minutes, boys. And then by the time the entire field made it out to the sidelines, within 30 seconds, you heard the announcement come onto the stadium. They had to do a U-turn and go back in. A very quiet team as they entered the Syracuse locker room, which is just behind me, with all the coaches just reminding them, stay hydrated while you're in there. Bob?
Well, Clemson had a 16-point deficit to try and overcome against Troy and a 90-minute weather delay in that game. We'll see how long this weather delay lasts. Clemson will start the third quarter with the football eventually, down by 10, but we're in a weather delay. In a moment, we'll head back to Matt Barry in the studio. After a nearly 1 hour and 40-minute weather delay, we're set for the start of the third quarter between Syracuse and Clemson. Clemson down by 17 at one point, scored before halftime. Will either team have momentum after that long delay coming out of the locker room? We're about to find out. Bob Wischusen, indeed, here with Louis Riddick. Chris Budden is with us as well. Let's first catch people up on what they missed a long time ago in the first half.
Yeah, they missed a lot of excitement. Syracuse coming right out of the gate, just putting the ball up in the air. Steve Angeli just throwing some absolute dimes to his power forward, NBA-like wide receiver core, and then the surprise onside kick. I mean, this is the result of great scouting on the part of Fran Brown, the head coach of Syracuse, you see on your screen, and his staff, just putting the pedal to the metal. And then here, Cade Klubnik going up to Bryant Wesco. I mean, that is just what you have to do in order to get your team back going and kind of like infuse some life. But Syracuse, Bob said, nah. They have been on the play calls the entire day as far as really taking advantage of Clemson as far as their run defense is concerned. And then in the secondary, again, they just continue to put it up. This time it's Darrell Gill Jr. This is a nice job of Cade Klubnik buying time, finding his running back Adam Randall in the back of the end zone. What a back and forth type of game. Ended pretty good.
I didn't even know how to judge what we're about to see momentum-wise, right? Like, Clemson scores going in before halftime, but that was 2 hours ago,
exactly.
Basically. And look, Syracuse, a 300-yard offensive first half, but they sat on that for a long time. So as a former player, how hard is it to get it back after you sat for well over an hour and a half in the locker room?
Yeah, I've never been through one of those type of situations, to be honest with you. So to me, I think you treat this as a brand new football game. You're just kicking this off. You've spotted a team 10 points if you're Clemson, and you're saying, hey, look, we have to make up a 10-point deficit, and then we got to go to work. Forget what happened, because right now you're just trying to recalibrate your mind and your body and get yourself going again. It's going to look a little different out here. Maybe everybody doesn't return. You know, the stands may be a little bit emptier. It's going to be a little darker. New ball game.
Chris Budden, you had a chance to check in with both coaches, find out how they spent the weather delay.
Well, Clemson spent it working. It was a long enough weather delay that the coaches had time to watch the film. They cut it up by the first half. Dabo Swinney reiterated to me how disappointed he was and what he watched after then watching it back. And then they did it with the players, and they walked through everything that they saw in that first half, went to work on what they needed to improve on when they came out in the second half. As for Syracuse, it was more about getting rest and allowing yourself to have enough energy in the second half. They took off their pads, they laid down, and then before they came out here, Fran Brown getting this team re-energized.
Well, Fran Brown had a lot of reasons to be happy with how his team executed in the opening half. Dabo Swinney, I guess, probably tried to make his team angry by having them watch the first 30 minutes, which he told Chris going into the locker room at halftime was about as bad a defensive performance as he can ever remember in an opening half since he's been the head coach here. What carryover will we finally have as we start the second half after the hour and 40 minutes plus weather delay? And Adam Randall starts it with a pretty good return out to about the 24-yard line. Cade Klubnik in the first half. Again, ended the first half basically with about a minute to go in the half with a long touchdown drive of 92 yards. They failed to get in field goal range just before halftime, but you have to think there's at least that 92-yard drive to build off of here, Lewis, to begin the third.
Yeah, now this is going to be about mental focus and really getting your body like revved up and your mind revved up. And yeah, you're going to take away some of the good things from the first half and learn from some of the bad, but you've really got to restart your clock right here. This is an important drive, especially for Clemson that did go into that end of the first half with some momentum.
And a toss to Randall. Ran through contact. Let's see where they mark him out. Close to a first down, and it looks like he got there. A 10-yard gain on the opening play after the weather delay. Remember, 2 games ago against Troy, Clemson was down 16-0, and a nearly 90-minute weather delay was overcome by the Tigers. They came back, scored 27 in a row, and won that game.
And it looked just like it's looking right now. Adam Randall really sparked that comeback against Troy. The running game sparked that comeback. And you can see you have a player down on the field.
Deion Wilson is down.
But they really did get it going in that game against Troy and really reeled off some real nice consecutive drives that ended in points in the second half of that ball game. And you could see Garrett Riley, the offensive coordinator for Clemson, is already putting it into the minds of his players. We're going to tune this thing up right away. And we're going to get in the no huddle. We're going to kind of operate at a fast clip. We're going to see just how awake they are.
Wilson last season, appendicitis after week 4, and was out all the way until Syracuse played their bowl game. Now he is hurt, thins out potentially the defensive tackle depth that Syracuse has, with Randall on that last carry going over 100 yards rushing. He's up to 108 yards on 10 attempts, and he's got 2 good runs to begin the third quarter. While the trainers take a look at Dion Wilson, we'll remind you WrestlePalooza is our first WWE Premium Live event, and it's happening tonight. John Cena squares off against Brock Lesnar in the main event. Unlock your access and stream it exclusively on the ESPN app with the ESPN Unlimited plan. So 2 legends in the world of wrestling meet tonight.
Brock Lesnar is a gigantic human.
Is John Cena small?
Well, everybody's small compared to Brock Lesnar. Everybody.
So with Wilson very slowly walking off the field with a limp over to the Syracuse sideline, needing some help to get there. Clemson's right back at the line of scrimmage, ready to go as soon as the officials whistle the ball in for play. And here we go again. Stick with what works. So far, that's been Randall. Nice cutback. Hammering his way for another first down, it appears. That's another 10-yard carry for Adam Randall. Make it 118 yards rushing.
Nice job of just changing direction, getting the ball upfield. Syracuse over pursuing, trying to cut off the outside run. I like the tempo. I like the urgency they're operating with.
4 straight carries for Randall. This time, only 3 yards. Chris Thomas wrapped him up.
Bob, they're going right back to the Troy playbook. I mean, this Adam Randall. Let's come off the line of scrimmage. Get the offensive line warmed up. Hit them right in the mouth. Let's just get going. I don't know if that's what they really need, to have weather delays and then kind of think about it and restart second halves, but so far so good.
Now the true freshman David Eziamume is in next to Klubnik. Klubnik instead the slant. Antonio Williams lost the football, but it is ruled incomplete. So it will now be 3rd down and 7 after the incompletion.
You see the safety Raheem Long with a nice pass breakup. Get that right hand right on the football. Been playing some real good football for Syracuse's defense. Raheem Long, the safety, 6 foot, 185 pounds. This is a key 3rd down here.
And Randall back on the field for it. Syracuse showing blitz. They are bringing pressure. Klubnik with flags down on the back pedal. Syracuse, it looks like crowding the line, caused a false start. Now it's going to be 3rd down and 12.
Snap infraction. Offense, number 53. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
So that's on the center, Ryan Linthicum. And now it's 3rd down and 12. Again, Syracuse shows blitz. Are you bringing heat if you're Syracuse on 3rd and 12?
If I am, I'm playing zone behind it, or I'm just bluffing the blitz and have some simulated pressure, exactly what you just got.
They did bluff. Klubnik still under heat. Rolling to his right. Fires one to the sideline. Out of bounds. Raheem Long was there in coverage on T.J. Moore. So that will force Clemson to punt at midfield.
It's a nice job of showing the look, playing some zone behind it, dropping out, playing with good eyes on the quarterback. But safety Devin Grant came awful close right there to maybe committing a personal foul on the quarterback on Klubnik. Kind of went low, was stumbling to the ground. That's a nice series for Syracuse, and what looked promising for Clemson just kind of falters.
Jack Smith will try and pin Syracuse deep. The end-over-end kick. It's a bit short. It's going to land and take an excellent Clemson bounce, though, at the 10-yard line. It will roll dead. So he got the fortunate bounce, and Syracuse pinned deep, but they've got the lead when we return. We return with a look at the college football headlines presented by Twisted Tea. Big win for the Red Raiders as they win a ranked game against Utah. Right now over on ABC, a ranked matchup as well. Auburn and Oklahoma underway and scoreless. And of course, Lewis, later on tonight, see if Florida can pull off the upset at Miami. Miami has won 6 of the last 8 meetings.
Yeah, 2 blue bloods going at it.
Does any of the momentum from half number 1 carry over for this Syracuse offense? As you've seen, Willis lost a yard, it appears. Shut down at the 10-yard line.
Clemson's going to have to provide their own enthusiasm, their own energy. This crowd is materially different. It was packed at the beginning of this football game. The weather delay, some people leave, don't return. You're going to find out a little bit about Clemson's togetherness, their football character, as Dabo loves to preach, and he prides himself on getting high-character guys into this program. We're going to find out here in the second half.
And normally, a big ace in the hole for Clemson, if they're trying to pull off a comeback, would be the crowd, but in stride and jelly, it's Jonte Cook all the way down inside the Clemson 35. The ball popped out, but they say he was down. Shelton Lewis saved a touchdown. Jonte Cook streaks up the middle of the field.
Yeah, he lined up in the slot, and Shelton Lewis just got caught flat-footed instead of giving some ground and understanding who you're playing against. You're playing against a speedster. You better get out of your pedal.
59 yards. They waste no time. They go right back to work with a lob. Incomplete. Hoping for Ross Simmons.
You got to know who you're lined up against and what your technique can be like relative to the guys that you're going against. You're sitting here and you're squatting on this right here with like a half-turn technique. I would assume he was thinking he was going to have some safety help over the top. The safety went wide and outside, exposed him down the middle of the field. You're not going to win a foot race with Jonte Cook.
And this place empty compared to the crowd they normally have, so it was already somewhat quiet. It got quieter. Clemson crowds the line, showing an all-out blitz. Batted ball. Wade Woodaz knocked it down.
That's what you're talking about as far as providing your own spark, your own energy. Wade Woodaz just coming off the end. And you see him right here. He's just going to come and stop and put his hands up. I mean, Wade goes 6'4", and when he leaps up in the air, you're never going to get that ball over top of him. Just a smart play. You've seen that happen a few different times to Steve Angeli in this game, getting balls knocked down. 3rd and long. Clemson looking like they're going to pressure as well with like a level look in the back end. All the DBs lined up at the same depth.
Looks like a zero blitz, and they're all coming. Angeli, diving attempt incomplete. He couldn't hit Ross Simmons. So now do you try a field goal from this distance with Trip Woody? It looks like they will, to see if Syracuse can extend the lead. It's going to be a close to a 50-yarder. Trip Woody won the job in camp. His career-long 38 yards, and that came against UConn last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say. This one from 49. Certainly has the distance, and it's good. Right down the middle for Trip Woody from 49 yards out. Syracuse extends their lead with the first points of the 3rd quarter.
ESPN College Football presented by ServPro is brought to you by Allstate and the Allstate AFCA Good Works team, recognizing the athlete for their good work
Number
off the
22,
field.
the
Visit ESPN.com/Allstate to learn more.
The first ever meeting between these two schools back in the '96 Gator Bowl. It was all Syracuse behind Donovan McNabb and Marvin Harrison. as they hooked up for 2 touchdowns. As we now bring you our Aflac trivia question.
Aflac.
Which FBS team has won the most conference championships since 2015? We're going to have that answer in a moment. You know why wait? We had that long delay. Now let's rush things here in the second half. Keep things moving. Do you want to guess real quick?
Clemson.
All right, good guess. Aflac trivia answer.
Aflac.
Which FBS team has won the most conference championships since 2015? Said it was a good guess.
Hey, Dabo has spoken eloquently about the success he has had. And he termed it, like, I believe the fan base down here, like, they expect greatness. That record is a reason why. This season is just one where right now there's a lot more questions than answers. We're going to find out some answers in the second half.
Answering the questions he had to answer this week. In a way, it's the most backhanded compliment of all time, but it's just because Clemson is now one of those programs that's not allowed to lose.
That's right.
Not much for Randall on first down. No gain. And as Jaquez made the stop at the line of scrimmage. Well, Clemson has won more conference championships since the start of the college football playoff area than they have lost home games.
Yep.
They've got 8 ACC titles. They've only lost 6 games in Death Valley during that same period of time. One, of course, already this year. Will it be loss number 2 at home today? Klubnik on the move, trying to avoid that. Underneath, Antonio Williams. First down.
That's the good that Cade Klubnik brings to the table. His ability to improvise, extend plays with his legs, and find the great Antonio Williams, who now limps off the field. And maybe he's just taking a blow. You want to see him continue to play here in this second half because he's off to a nice start. Great rapport with his quarterback. They need his leadership and his production on the field.
Blitz off the edge. Klubnik throws behind it. Perfectly timed. And it looks to be good enough for another first down to Tyler Brown.
Just nice recognition, understanding that the nickel defender coming off the slot to the field. He's going to throw right into it.
Tyler Brown, another find for Garrett Riley, the offensive coordinator, and Dabo Swinney. He was recruited mostly by Ivy League schools until Minnesota became his first Power 4 offer. But then Clemson, that was his dream school, and eventually he found his way here. Randall Dodds ahead. So the former wide receiver turned running back picks up 6. Chris Thomas, again, was able to get him on the ground.
Offensive line doing a nice job in that zone blocking scheme, getting some push. Randall continuing to run the ball hard, set him up in second and favorable. Now maybe you can look to take a shot down the field, get the ball to one of these wide receivers one-on-one on the outside.
Blitz on 2nd and 4. Long throw outside the numbers. And Olsen Pat Henry was able to make a contested catch. Driven back by Devin Grant. And let's see where forward progress gets him to. Right now they're marking him short of the first down.
That's a nice catch by Pat Henry. Devin Grant has been all over the place for Syracuse today. Real physical, a factor on the blitz. Now you got another 3rd and short.
Adam Randall is averaging over 9 yards per carry in this game.
Syracuse going to bring pressure again off to the field.
Klubnik pulls it, makes a man miss, gets turned back. He lost a yard. He faked it to Randall. Devin Grant came through and slowed him up, and Gary Bryant finished him off.
And you're going to see Grant's coming off the corner, and he's the one who really makes this play. He's the one that makes Klubnik right now have to stop and start again, and then just pursuit just comes and cleans it up. Gary Bryant Jr., or Gary Bryant III, rather, as they're trying to go for it here on 4th down.
Yep, down by 13. Still a ton of time left in this game, 1.5 to go, but in plus territory, 4th down and 1.5 yards. Lubnick the throw for it. There's another blitz. He avoids the sack. To the near side, it's broken up. Antonio Williams could not haul it in. Guess who? Gary Bryant III put a shoulder into Williams, and Syracuse a takeaway on downs.
And who was it this time, though, that disrupted the play? The guy we talked about in the first half, Jamie Tremble. They leave him unblocked, and now everything just gets distorted and turns into an ad-lib type of play. The quarterback trying to find someone down the field. The ball is behind Antonio Williams, and there you see Jamie Tremble and Fran Brown celebrating. Remember that name, Syracuse fans, Jamie Tremble. He is going to be a future star for your program.
I don't normally see a tight end wearing 82 as Nixon into the wash for a yard. But he's a tight end by trade. At least now he's a linebacker. Maybe he'll hold on to that 82 and just wear it as a linebacker.
Hey, great Alan Page wore 88 as a down lineman for the Minnesota Vikings. That kid has a bright future. Bright future. And there you see the effects of pressure on quarterbacks and how it throws off the timing and the rhythm of everything you're trying to do. Even if you don't sack the quarterback, pressure is production.
You can see the emotion from Fran Brown. Does he love coaching this team or what? Screen to Will Nixon across midfield. 3rd down and 4. So a chance for Clemson to create a 3-and-out. This is where they have to get some stops on defense, and they have not been able to for a good portion, Lewis, of this game.
Yeah, they've been so off balance and kept off balance by Jeff Nixon's play calling for Syracuse, the offensive coordinator. The running game has been productive. Angeli's been making good decisions. Receivers making good catches, good run after catch.
Syracuse only 1 for 7 on 3rd down, but they haven't had a lot of 3rd downs, and they've gotten a couple of 4th down conversions. That 3rd down conversion, not there, broken up. Jonte Cook had it knocked away by Avion Terrell.
Look at the patience Terrell has as he picks Jonte Cook coming up on this motion. Coming off the line of scrimmage, you see he stays square and patient with his feet. Doesn't go for any kind of like fakes. Look at, that's perfect DB technique. You see his eyes were down low on his midsection, wasn't going for any head or shoulder fakes. Nice break on the football. That's next level defensive back play. It looks ordinary, but that's high level.
Jack Stonehouse to punt from midfield. Bryant Wesco, fair catch signal. Inside the 15-yard line. 2-touchdown lead for Syracuse. Lots of time left. Let's take a look at today's More Than a Home team, brought to you by Cracker Barrel. Well, look at the column on the right. The last 4 seasons, 2 ACC titles and a playoff appearance. For 95%, Lewis, of college football programs, they would be thrilled with that accomplishment over 4 years. The column on the left, though, that was the prior 6 years. And when you're comparing it with what they did from 2015 through 2020, panic sets in fast when you start off 1 and 2.
Yep, victims of their own success.
They start this drive with Randall driven back, and that's why Dabo Swinney had to say, look, we've won our league 2 out of the last 3 years. We went to the college football playoff last year. Yes, it's been 5 years since we played for or won a national championship. If that means we stink, I guess we stink. But they are now, because of their accomplishments earlier, in that kind of 5% of college football programs, maybe less, where it's just expected they're going to be in the playoff and competing for a title. Lubnick well protected. One-on-one for T.J. Moore. What a catch. And a flag out as well. He had to fight his way, appears, through pass interference from Davian Kerr, and still made the catch.
This is nice play strength by T.J. Moore.
And another defensive tackle down for Syracuse.
Defense number 10. The penalties declined. Start the play, first down.
Chris Thomas is hurt.
Syracuse getting thin at the defensive tackle position. Nice initial phase by Davian Kerr as far as getting a good jam at the line of scrimmage, but then just decides to grab T.J. Moore for no reason. And T.J. Moore is able to fight through that illegal contact and make the catch. You see Chris Thomas down on the field.
And we saw Deion Wilson limp off earlier as well. So we also have Adam Randall averaging over 8 yards per carry. And you're thinning out the defensive tackle core for Syracuse, trying to stretch out that right leg. Our ACC football lineup continues tonight. ACC Network. This afternoon, it's Florida State, Kent State first. That game is now underway, and then we'll cap the night with Virginia hosting Stanford. Both games also available on the all-new ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. Back in the second quarter, that touchdown run from Will Nixon stretched the lead, and then this, an absolute dime thrown over the shoulder to Darryl Gill from Steve Angeli. That made it a 17-point lead at the time for Syracuse. Before halftime, though, Cade Klubnik hooked up with Adam Randall to make it 24-14. And here in the third quarter, Syracuse has added a field goal. But Clemson has the ball now at their own 35-yard line. And when they've got in rhythm at times, their passing game has looked pretty good.
Yeah, it has. It has. And he's made some plays outside of structure as well. It's just going in spurts. You know, it's not been able to be sustained. They got to get some points out of this drive. But Syracuse has been playing very good defense.
Jet sweep. Tyler Brown to the 42-yard line. 7 yards on the end around.
And it's good to see defensive tackle Deion Wilson Jr. back in the game, so they're not too thinned out at defensive tackle. You know they should continue to get a steady dose of Adam Randall. You see Wilson Jr. there on your screen. They need that size inside because this running game has been gashing them some, and they don't want that to become a problem.
False start. David Reese immediately pointed at the right tackle, Blake Miller.
Number 78, 5-yard penalty, second down.
And Blake Miller knew it. He is in the top 6 all-time in Clemson history in snaps played at over 3,100 at this point, but he just cost his team 5 yards. That makes it second down and 8. Orange rush 4. Klubnik up the seam, incomplete. He had T.J. Moore wide open and just sailed the pass a bit.
I think Cade just started feeling the pressure in the pocket, and it just hurried up his pace and tempo. I think he felt this coming off of his blind side, wondering how much time he had. He's trying to layer that football over the second level, over David Reese's head. just not quite able to get it up and get it down into the right spot for the receiver to catch and run. Again, that's the effects of pressure. When you start feeling bodies around you in the pocket and you're not really settled in and able to throw off platform, it can cause some errant throws.
Delayed blitz on third down. Klubnik lofts it to the sideline, incomplete. Demetrius Samuel Jr. was there in coverage on Wesco, and that was the second youngest player in college football trusted along the sideline.
One-on-one coverage on the outside. That's a nice job by the youngster as far as staying square, using that soft press technique, meaning he's not staying up on the line, he's giving some ground and then just turning into the wide receiver, what they call a man turn, and just staying in phase and finishing.
Dale Ellis, an Auburn center, is 27 days younger than Demetrius Samuel. That's it. Everybody else playing college football is older than Demetrius Samuel Jr., who turned 17 in April. Line drive kick. Davian Kerr. Called for a fair catch, but then appeared as if he was going to take off and return it. And the officials immediately blow the play dead.
It's a real...
That was a very subtle signal if there was one.
It was kind of weak, and you can see why maybe Ronan Hannafin wasn't quite sure what he was getting back there. It's a nice job by Kerr of holding on to possession of the football.
Well, not only was there not much of a fair catch signal, but his first posture after he fielded it was as if he was going to become a ball carrier and return it. So, yeah, that's an impossible spot for Ronan Hannafin to be put in, and the officials did not penalize him for it, and rightfully so.
If you're Syracuse, you're thinking, let's put one of the nails in the coffin, so to speak, and get a score right here.
A jet sweep of their own. And the C's part. Jonte Cook with all kinds of running room.
That's just great ball handling on the part of Syracuse. Faking the dive. You have the jet sweep coming around. You get a good kick out block by the left tackle. And you just got a seam. And Jonte Cook can then just turn on the jets. They have had Clemson's number, Bob, this entire game with their perimeter run. Clemson has just not looked sharp. They have not been on the details. And it's showing up time and time again.
Syracuse likes to go with the sugar huddles, and they snap the ball with 10 on the play clock. So they do like to play still somewhat up-tempo after a 3-yard carry by Willis. At what point, though, in this game with a 2-touchdown lead, as we near the end of the third quarter, Lewis, would you start to slow things down and say, hey, let's not snap the ball until we're inside of 5 on the play clock and try and use as much time as we can? Does your, like, where does your philosophy change to that if it does?
I think if they get a score here and they go up 30-14 or punch it in for 6, I think there's no doubt that Fran Brown, then the head coach, you see him having a good time on this sideline. I think then he gets on the headset with Jeff Nixon, the OC, and says, let's slow this thing down. Time is on our side.
Oh, they did take the play clock down to 7 there. Angeli on a rollout. He'll tuck it under and get eaten by the turf monster. Score one for the Fields. And is that a non-contact injury to Angeli? He's down.
He got his foot in a really weird situation.
Timeout on the field for an injured player to the offensive team.
Well, that's the same knee, I believe, that was rolled up on earlier in the game. The opening drive, he left for one play and was able to come back. There is a brace on that leg, and he looks like he is in some pretty significant pain.
Sure does. Left foot planted in the ground at a real awkward angle. He initially grabbed the back of his calf. Down near his Achilles, down near his ankle, but it's hard to tell.
The rain has stopped, but we did get a little bit of rain for about 20, maybe 30 minutes during this third quarter. And that might have slicked the field up a bit. They're going to help Angeli up. This is a much different situation than what we saw in the first half when he got to the injury tent, trotted off the field, quickly emerged. He's not putting any weight on that left leg.
He immediately, like I said, grabbed the mid to lower left calf. left foot. He was trying to keep his balance and turn upfield. Just watch his left leg. Watch that left foot, how it hits the ground right there. Then you see him reach down below his knee.
Almost for his Achilles.
He sure does. Right there. Oof. And you hope he's all right.
And we'll keep our fingers crossed for Steve Angeli. Well, Ricky Collins came in the first half for one snap and then knew he was immediately going to be replaced by Angeli. This might be his game now the rest of the way. Cold off the bench to throw on third down. Swing pass, charge free. Flipped it to Valari. Avion Terrell was there to knock it away, and now Valari's hurt.
Nice read by Avion Terrell.
Well, you're talking about the quarterback, and then maybe the most consistent offensive weapon in Valari. Both hurt on back-to-back plays. Good to see Valari up. Hopefully just the wind knocked out of him as he leaves the field, but it will be a punt for Syracuse.
You see Avion Terrell, he reads this immediately. They're playing man-to-man coverage. He basically just reads that quick drop, leaves his guy, and just makes a beeline for Valari. Real nice instinctive play.
This is the fourth punt for Syracuse. And it's been a tremendous year for Jack Stonehouse. And he'll bounce this one inside the 20-yard line. And he gets a little bit extra. If Stonehouse had enough attempts this year, he'd be the #1 punter in America, averaging close to 53 yards per kick. Well, ESPN supports the College Football Playoff Foundation's Extra Yard for Teachers Week each year. We celebrate great teachers across the country who have inspired so many of us. Nominate a great teacher in your community by visiting cfpfoundation.org as we go down to Chris.
Yeah, for Fran Brown, his teacher, also his coach, his offensive coordinator / head coach in high school, Mark Peace, really changed his life because Fran Brown didn't have a father figure growing up. His mom had him when she was 13, and Peace became the closest thing he had to a father. In fact, he still calls him Pops. Fran stayed with him one summer. He said, for the first time in my life, it was like I was having family dinners together. I was getting an allowance. I learned what it was like to have structure. He taught me how to love when things got hard and that it was okay to be vulnerable.
Adam Randall just coughed up the ball. Did Fran Brown's defense get a takeaway in the red zone? They think they did. Syracuse has it.
Going on in the field is a fumble recovered by the defense.
Costly mistake by Adam Randall.
I think you're going to see the linebacker, Delorier, with the pinpoint punch out. The freshman, number 5, you can see him come in here. We knew what the little bit of rain that we got here, ball security was going to be crucial. The ball was going to get slick.
They're going to make sure that Randall wasn't down, but it looked like the true freshman Antoine Delorier did indeed knock the ball free.
Nothing on the ground. Body suspended in the air, and that ball is out.
It was ruled a fumble and a Syracuse recovery on the field.
Defensive players have become so good at doing this. Timing out their punch, especially when a ball carrier is in traffic, doesn't see you coming. Maybe you see he doesn't have the ball secured in the pocket, and they can get this thing out with amazing efficiency.
The field is upheld. It'll be first down for Syracuse.
Syracuse gets the takeaway indeed. Heading into last week, Clemson had been even or plus in the turnover ratio 15 consecutive games. It was their longest streak since the late 80s, early 90s. They were -2 last week and lost on the road to Georgia Tech. And now they give it away in the red zone to Syracuse. Down 27-14 here. Ricky Collins, the backup quarterback. He'll throw. to the front pylon. Trying to squeeze it back shoulder to Ross Simmons. He's got it for the touchdown. Justice Ross Simmons does it again.
Ross Simmons isn't even looking for the ball. He doesn't even think it's coming to him. He's just hand fighting down the field with Jaden Lucas, the corner, and he turns around and the ball's like right on him. And he just makes an instinctive adjustment. He didn't even, I don't think he was expecting this ball to be thrown. You can see he doesn't even have good vision on it. Look, he's just sitting there trying to fight with the DB and picks the ball up at the last second, secures it between his legs, traps it against his body. But these Syracuse wide receivers, I'm telling you, you see Fran Brown talking to him right there. He might be saying, hey, look, man, that ball could have been coming to you. You might have dropped that thing. But these guys have been making plays. Him and Darryl Gill, Jonte Cook, they have been solid all year long.
Second touchdown reception of the game for Justice Ross Simmons, and his 5th of the season. Jerry McGinn is our officiating expert. They are trying to confirm this touchdown.
On the field is a completed catch for a touchdown. That play is under further review.
And I guess, Jerry, the question would be, did he have complete control of the football when his right shoulder hit the sideline? The ball never hit the ground. What else could they be looking at?
That's exactly what they're looking at, Bob. Does the receiver have complete control of the ball when his shoulder hits out of balance? And it doesn't look like he appears that he does. I believe that replay is going to overturn this to an incomplete pass.
Wow. You see it, it's trapped between his legs.
Yeah, trapping between his legs does not indicate control.
Does not constitute control. Gotcha.
No, does not.
Gotcha.
That is
so the
not
ball
control.
comes loose there. It was ruled a touchdown on the field.
Knee is down.
When does he gather the football in and wrap his hands around it, I guess? It would be right about there, but is the shoulder out of bounds? It's very close.
That's super close.
Yeah.
I mean, is that clear and obvious enough to overturn? I mean, that'll be a good one to watch here.
Jerry, let me ask you another question. It was ruled a touchdown on the field. So does that mean replay has to show that he clearly does not have control before his shoulder hits the sideline? Because it's almost like with the hands of the defensive back, Jaden Lucas as well, we lose sight of the ball amongst
we do lose the
hands of Ross Simmons and Lucas.
So replay does have to have indisputable video evidence to overturn this, but I believe they do. I don't see this as controlled by the receiver. The ball between his legs is not control, and I believe the shoulder comes down first, out of balance, before he has control.
This is super, super close.
Here's the call.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. It was a touchdown.
So the call stands.
I mean,
I don't know that they had a clean look at the football with all of the hands of a defensive back and a wide receiver around it.
I mean, it's
to say that he didn't have control before his shoulder hit out, and they stay with the call on the field.
It's literally fractions of a second between where you could assume that he had control when that ball and his shoulder came down. That changes this game dramatically.
Wow. 2:12 to go, third quarter, and it's now a full 20-point lead for Syracuse.
These wide receivers, again, I cannot give them enough credit with the work that they have done today, and they have done all year long. And that's 2 touchdowns for Ross Simmons, 10 targets, 4 receptions. Darryl Gill has 2 for 41. Jonte Cook has 6 for 113. This wide receiver group has done work here today.
And it's the Delorier punch out that changes this game as well.
It sure does. I mean, turnover differential. It was one of the keys to the game for Clemson to win this game, to win the turnover battle.
Number 22 of the kicking team has changed his number to number 85. 22 to 85.
I'm telling you, I think Ross Simmons thought he was giving up on the play. He thought the DB has good position on me. There's no way it's coming to me. He turns around and looks to see what's happening, and the ball's right there on him.
Randall on the return. Randall tripped up, almost sprung it. So the touchdown pass from Ricky Collins, and it certainly looks like Ricky Collins will be the quarterback the rest of the way for Syracuse, because Angeli is on crutches over on the Syracuse sideline being consoled by his teammates. That is a tough pill to swallow, as the transfer from Notre Dame comes to Syracuse to become their starting quarterback and was off statistically to the same start this year Kyle McCord got off to last year and became the #1 passer in college football.
An absolute blazing start. I mean, he was playing as well as you possibly could play. The explosive plays, the decision-making, control at the line of scrimmage.
Long throw for Klubnik, and a sliding catch is made by TJ Moore. First down. So now you would think there will be the up-tempo sense of urgency for Clemson. We're still in the third quarter, but this game's got less than 17 minutes left to play in it, and they're 3 touchdowns down. Klubnik underneath, Christian Dettenker. True freshman tight end, picks up 8.
And if you're Fran Brown and defensive coordinator Elijah Robinson, you're preaching to your football team, nothing cheap, nothing over the top. Maybe not playing as much man-to-man coverage, rushing only with 4, covering with 7. Some simulated pressures, but you don't want to give up big plays.
Klubnik looking for a big play, incomplete. Flag out. He had Wesco up the seam. And Wesco apparently was grabbed. Demetrius Samuel Jr. again, the true freshman, trailing in coverage.
Pass interference, defense, #1. 15 yards, penalty automatic. First down.
You see, when you're in a trailing position and you don't know where the ball is, your tendency, your instinct is just to kind of try and grab the receiver, don't let him get away from you. That ball was overthrown, had no chance of being caught. It's a big break for Clemson.
Klubnik on the crossing route. Tristan Smith was spun down.
Syracuse just continues to play this man coverage. It's just who they are. It's what they do.
It was a good open field tackle from Davian Kerr. Another 4-man rush. So dropping 7 into coverage. And that allows the underneath check down to Randall. And Antoine Delorier, again, the true freshman, who grew up in Montreal but fell in love with football. So he played high school football in Georgia. And when Fran Brown was on the coaching staff of the Dogs, well, he was part of the group that was taking a look at players like Antoine Delorier, wanted to recruit him. He ends up at Syracuse and brings him there. And Angeli, his foot in a boot, heading back to the locker room. 3rd down and 3. Klubnik chased. Klubnik to the sideline. Tipped ball incomplete. Now it's 4th down. 8 seconds to go in the quarter. David Reese was all over Cade Klubnik, tracked him all the way to the Clemson bench, and Clemson has to go for it.
Changing the looks on Cade Klubnik, giving him something pre-snap, changing it post-snap that time. Looked like they were coming maybe with a 5-man pressure, dropped out, dropped 8 guys in the coverage, only rushed with 3. Cade had nowhere to go with the ball. And now Antonio Williams has been the guy who they've been going to. He's been doing good work in the slot. You see how far off the defensive back is. Now creeping down to the line of scrimmage. Either him or Westcote.
Here comes the blitz. Klubnik reaches the ball out. He's short. He faked the pitch to Randall, kept it himself, and couldn't break free. And the boos here at Death Valley as Clemson again turns it over on downs. Raheem Long in on the stop for Syracuse.
But who makes this play? It's Jamie Tremble, the outside linebacker. Look at him. He faked out Klubnik. He knew that he was trying to play both guys. He faked like he was going to go ahead and take Adam Randall. Watch him. He comes up and just stutters, makes a subtle move towards Adam Randall. That's what makes Klubnik keep the football. Watch it. Right there. It's a great job by Jamie Tremble. He played it perfectly in almost an impossible situation, bought time for the pursuit to come inside out. That's one of those plays that's just so instinctive and so smart. That's how you win football games.
And it's such a great pickup by you as well, because he creates that uncertainty for Klubnik that blows the play up, and yet nothing will appear in the box score for Tremble on that play. He didn't get a tackle. He didn't even touch either Klubnik or Randall, and still was able to make a game-changing play as we head to the fourth quarter.
See him finish this fight. You know, listen, we've missed some opportunities. Defense has played much better this half. Missed a touchdown to TJ Moore. We just missed some opportunities, and they've made a couple big plays. Obviously, the turnover was huge because that stretched it out to a 3-score game. But, hey, we got to fight. We got one more quarter. I just want to see him fight.
I appreciate it.
Just want to see him finish this fight. You know, listen, we've missed some opportunities. Defense has played much better this half. Missed a touchdown to TJ Moore. We just missed some opportunities, and they've made a couple big plays. Obviously, the turnover was huge because that stretched it out to a 3-score game. But, hey, we got to fight. We got one more quarter. I just want to see him fight.
I appreciate it.
That sounds like a coach that knows there might be 15 minutes on the clock, but it almost feels like the game's over. Can Clemson's defense get a takeaway at some point? As Yassine Willis Picks up a couple to start the fourth quarter. It'll be third down. Ronan Hannafin made the stop. But 5 possessions offensively in the third quarter, Lewis, for Clemson. And the Syracuse defense took the ball away on downs twice, got a takeaway in the red zone that set up a touchdown and forced 2 punts.
Yeah, this has just been a breakdown and an underperformance by Clemson all the way around. But I do not want to take anything away from Syracuse. They have out-coached Clemson today. They have out-executed. They have out-competed. And that is reflected in this score.
And Ricky Collins smartly, at least on third down, milking the clock down as far as he can. Although now a timeout might be called. Play clock went all the way down to 1.
Syracuse takes its first timeout of the half.
So Fran Brown called the timeout from the sideline. And we will step aside early fourth quarter here at Death Valley.
ESPN College Football is presented by Serve Pro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration.
And we welcome you back to ESPN College Football, presented by Serve Pro. After the Syracuse timeout, Ricky Collins, who threw a touchdown pass, back shoulder to Justice Ross Simmons. After the giveaway by Clemson, so Fran Brown has not been afraid to let Ricky Collins, who spent a couple of years at LSU backing up Jaden Daniels and Garrett Nussmeier, allowing him to go play and throw the football. Let's see what they do on third down here. And he will throw. And he'll find a crosser, and they'll get a first down. It's Ross Simmons again.
See how they purposely worked the play clock all the way down. There are about 2 seconds left, and the ball was snapped. They're already in that mode, Bob. They're already in. Let's go ahead and take the air out of this game right now. Let's just slow it down, nice and easy.
How about for Ricky Collins? That is the 16th pass attempt of his career, including the 3 today. And it's on 3rd down when you know Clemson's desperate to get off the field, just calmly delivers a crossing route. And now it's Darrell Gill on the end around for a yard. So this is not a quarterback without a resume of his own. He was ESPN's number 10 pro-style quarterback prospect coming out of high school, went to LSU, and was a backup quarterback to 2 pros. And now he is going to potentially get the rest of the season for Syracuse, depending upon the severity of Steve Angeli's injury.
And he battled with Angeli in camp for the starting quarterback job until Fran Brown made the decision to go with Angeli. He's gotten reps in this offense.
He's putting it up. Hand fighting, Avion Terrell and Darrell Gill. No flag comes out. It'll be 3rd down and 9.
Darrell Gill had to turn into the DB, prevent the interception. Avion Terrell, one of those true pro prospects on this Clemson roster. If you're Dabo Swinney, you're just looking for your defense to show some character, show some fight, try and get a turnover, continue to play this thing out to the end.
Clemson rushes 4. A delayed blitz, and they'll get home. The pocket collapsed all around Ricky Collins, and Jaheim Lawson got the sack.
I mean, you're going to see loop, you're going to see fake coming up. You're going to see a lot of gamesmanship being done here. You got a 3-man game off the left side with Will Held looping around. Jaheim Lawson gets good penetration. And that's what you want to see. That's what Dabo was talking about. Just continue to compete.
Stonehouse booms a kick. Wesco takes a big hit just inside his own 20-yard line. He wanted a return. And boy, did that door close quickly.
Not for the faint of heart. Not returning on any level.
Clemson has won 6 in a row against Syracuse. You have to go all the way back to 2017 when Kelly Bryant at the Dome left the game with a concussion in the first half. Eric Dungy hooked up with Steve Ishmael for a 30-yard score. This put the Orange up 7 in the third quarter, and they would rush the field after taking down number 2 Clemson 27-24. From 2012 to 2020, Clemson only lost twice to unranked teams. That was one of the 2 losses. They might be in line for their 9th loss to an unranked team since then, if they can't pull off the comeback. And Cade Klubnik goes to work. Bobbled ball for Antonio Williams, but he's got it. Gets a push and picks up about 9 yards. And Lewis, it feels now like Clemson's playing without a net, right? You've got 12 minutes to go. You need 3 touchdowns. There is still time. You'll get the ball potentially 3 times if you play it perfectly. But now they have to be mistake-free.
You have got to be picking up chunks of yardage, though. You cannot dink and dunk your way down the field.
Well, they've got a first down here. Now, at what point for Syracuse does it just become willing to exchange yards for time? Are they in that mode already?
You see the changes in the play calls already. That time, a little bit of a cover 4, cover 2 type look with 2 safeties deep. Just trying to play with vision, rally up and tackle the football, keep the guys in bounds. But they are man coverage by nature, which looks like they're going to play here. Oh, zone once again.
4-man rush. Klubnik leads his man. That's Josh Sapp, the tight end's first catch. Forward progress out to the 47-yard line. Good for another first down. Down to 11 minutes to go.
At some point, you try and run a double move, some kind of cover 2 beater, something to get the wide receivers up on the safety so you can get a quick score.
Klubnik, he's going to take a shot. TJ Moore tried a one-handed catch. Crowd hoping for a flag, as is TJ Moore. Fabian Kerr was there in coverage, and they call it clean. Check that peel.
And just look at the corner. Is he grabbing with that right arm? Does he grab his arm? He sure does. He has the right arm pinned, and he's pulling him to him so he can't separate. That's pass interference. That's just a missed call on the part of the referees. Nice finish, but there's a reason why TJ Moore couldn't separate, because he was being held.
Well, the poor field judge that is on Dabo Swinney's sideline, it was not his call as they bring it underneath. The tight end Bettenker turns upfield, but now the line judge on the near side as well. Neither of those 2 were responsible for throwing a pass interference penalty flag on the far side of the field, but they become the ones to feel the coach's wrath in front of the Clemson bench.
Yeah, you got to take another shot. You got to go up top again. You got to get Wesco. See if you can get him loose one-on-one.
Klubnik spins out of a sack, flag down in the secondary. He's on the move, throws across his body. Wesco can't hold on. But there is a flag thrown all the way down at about the 33-yard line of Syracuse. It looks like it will go against the Orange.
Holding defensive and eligible pass receiver. 10-yard penalty automatic, first down.
So that will give Clemson a first down by penalty with 10 minutes to go.
Did they call it on Demetrius Samuel earlier in that down? He grabbed Brian Wesco as he's trying to run what they call a little curl route, a little comeback route. He had a hold of his jersey.
Blitz off the edge as Yamume leaks out of the backfield. Klubnik finds him, but a good form tackle by Demetrius Samuel Jr. limits the game to 3. Under 10 minutes to go. The pass rush gets through again. Klubnik, jump ball in the end zone. Bobbled and dropped by TJ Moore. He almost fought his way through the contact to make the catch. Chris Peel again was there for Syracuse.
There's a lot of contact down the field in these man coverage situations. You see Chris Peel, he plays it perfectly. Now he's just got to play the eyes and hands, and you see him grabbing the jerseys. A little bit of hand fighting, not as blatant as maybe before. I think that's just a good job of playing the underthrown go ball by Chris Peel.
3rd down and 6. Here comes a blitz. Klubnik throws behind it. Perfectly timed up to Tristan Smith with a stiff arm. Makes a couple of players miss. Still on his feet inside the 10-yard line. 24 yards, 1st and goal, Clemson. And Klubnik knows they have to hurry.
You see, they're rotating wide receivers in there against this defensive back group. They have been trying to defend a lot of deep shots. And you know that they're tired and they're gassed, so you get fresh bodies in there to run against them.
Timeout on the field, 200 players on the defense.
Syracuse injury, and we have a timeout on the field. Point lead. Clemson has it 1st and goal. Steve Angeli leaving the game in the 3rd quarter on crutches with a boot on his left foot. Cade Klubnik with a couple of touchdown passes, but Clemson has hurt themselves today. They allowed a successful onside kick. They lost a fumble in the red zone. They've turned it over twice on downs as well. Klubnik back to throw. Sidearms, one wide open in the end zone. Easy touchdown for Brian Wesco. Brian Wesco Jr. wide open. And now we've got a 2-score game with 9 minutes to go.
It's a nice play call on the part of Garrett Riley against man coverage, running some downfield crossing routes, hoping to get some natural picks, and that's exactly what happened. It's continuing to try and execute this offense. Time is not on their side. They've got to get the ball back, score again quickly.
9-play, 81-yard touchdown drive. It took 3:09 off the clock.
Yeah, you're going to see what you're just going to get. You're just going to get crossing routes. And you're going to see the pick that happens right here on Demetrius Samuel as he's trying to work his way through traffic. He's just going to wind up getting picked off by his own guy, 23, Devin Grant. And those are the kind of combinations that you run against man coverage, a man-dominant type of team. It's a perfect call, perfectly executed.
Number 22.
Kane just fading away from pressure, able to still get enough on it. And as Brian Westcott Jr. has done all season long, just come up with plays when his number is called.
That's Louis Riddick. I'm Bob Wischusen. Chris Budden is with us in Death Valley as well. This game is not over yet. The Clemson defense, they look energized on the sideline. They need a 3 and out. Can Syracuse now hold on to the football when they need to? We'll find out in a moment after we check in with Kevin Connors. In this ACC matchup, the opening home ACC game for Clemson. They have drawn closer. Now their defense has to get a stop. 9 minutes to go. We had about an hour and 40-minute weather delay, a lightning delay earlier that delayed the start of the second half. Yassine Willis met by the shoulder of Wade Woodass. Still pushes the pile for about 4 yards. Boy, Lewis, you mentioned it in the first half. It bears repeating. 235-pound sophomore from Newark, New Jersey. Yassine Willis, he runs hard.
He sure does, and he's got to be a key component here late in this game. As you see, Will Helt, transfer from Purdue.
So another defensive lineman injured as Will Helt is down. Will Helt's been arguably the best player for Clemson defensively this season.
Yeah, and really, I don't know how much of an argument it really is. I mean, that's 6'6", 260 pounds. The way he plays, the way he rushes the passer, his movement style, his tenacity, leading the team, 6 tackles for loss, 2 sacks coming into today. He reminds me immediately, the comp just pops right into my head of Jaron Allen, and you see the measurables look the same, the movement style looks the same. They could not praise this young man any more than they did in the 2 times we have talked to this staff, both last week before Georgia Tech and this week. He has just been lights out.
Purdue transfer, and it's funny talking to him, he almost made it sound to us like he wanted to make it up to Tom Allen somehow, the defensive coordinator, because Tom Allen, of course, was at Indiana, and Will Helt chose the rival school. He went to Purdue, but now is a chance to play for him at Syracuse. Swing pass, right flat, dropped. So that keeps the clock frozen with 8:28 to go as Yassine Willis dropped the ball, and now it's 3rd down and 6.
Yeah, if you're Fran Brown, you have to be careful. I think here you got to start telling your offensive coordinator, you got to start telling Jeff Nixon, hey, let's run this ball. I mean, I understand we're trying to pick up first downs, but let's take some time off of this clock. We do not want it stopping for any reason.
And again on 3rd down, the crowd here making as much noise as they can. How much do they trust the backup quarterback? Ricky Collins playing in place of Steve Angeli for Syracuse. Play clock down to 4. Clemson blitzes. They throw the screen behind and a missed tackle, and it looks like that might be good enough for a first down. It is. Jonte Cook again.
I mean, you see the quarterback, Jaden Lucas. He's going to come up on your screen on the right side, and he just misses the tackle. Wide receiver gets enough of a hit on him to where he can't get a clean hit on Jonte Cook. And how about Ricky Collins? He got away with one there. That's great ball adjustment by Jonte Cook. I mean, that's literally an inch away from that being a pass breakup, and they're punting the ball.
And they're taking the play clock down wisely as well. It's under 5. They run it with Willis. Wrapped up by Cade Denhoff. You just do the math. You have a 40-second play clock. So every first down, if you keep the clock rolling and you run 3 plays, it's worth 2 minutes plus. They should be able to take this clock down well inside of 6 minutes to go, even if they have to punt in this scenario. And Clemson needs 2 possessions.
You see Fran Brown walking the sideline, looking up at the big scoreboard here in the end zone.
Really, one more first down here, Lewis, might do it. Unless Dabo Swinney starts to call his timeouts now. But that's the big negative. Exactly what the Clemson defense needed. As Collins takes the sack, Stefan Green was able to collapse the pocket.
Yeah, you used to see a basic 4-man rush, and they rush with nice lane
Clemson takes its
integrity.
first time out of the half.
And just push the pocket on the inside. Straight bull rushes by the defensive tackles. Basically, they just run over center Austin Collins, and he has no escape route.
And I think Dabo Swinney's doing the same math we are, because he uses a timeout here before 3rd and 13. So it preserves time. I think that's a smart use of a timeout, even this early. You need 2 touchdowns. And to allow another 40 seconds to come off the clock before 3rd and 13, why? Spend it here.
Yeah.
And try and get it back to where your quarterback can control the clock on the opposite side.
I think if you're Dabo, you're right now, you're on the headset. You're clicking that thing over to Tom Allen, the defensive coordinator, and saying, hey, look, we need our best 3rd down call here. We cannot have any breakdowns. We have got to get off the field right here.
If you're Syracuse, are you even putting the ball in harm's way, or is this just hand it off to Nixon and let your defense go play?
I think, yeah, if you're playing the percentages, you want to play the field position game here. Just get out of here, maybe punt the football, pin them deep in their own territory. Ball security, ball security, ball security.
You've got an NFL punter in Jack Stonehouse as well, but they're set to throw. Dropped, and that saves time. Jonte Cook couldn't hold on. He was way short of the first down, obviously, even if he did hold on, but that saves 40 seconds for Clemson.
Now, this is actually a nice job of T.J. Parker, again, creating some problems here. Watch, he's just going to come right down the pike on Ricky Collins, and you see him having the fade away.
Number 19 of the
Still, Jonte Cook has to come up with that ball, has to somehow make that catch, but finally we hear from T.J. Parker, someone who we identified as a guy who needed to be a difference maker in this game and just has not been able to get it done.
Another good punt from Stonehouse. Bryant Wesco, fair catch at the 21-yard line. But 2 chances there for Syracuse to possibly take 40 seconds off the clock, and they couldn't do it with either play because Clemson used a timeout, and then you get the incompletion on 3rd down. So now Clemson needs 2 possessions. They've got the ball back, but they still have nearly 7 minutes of time.
Especially if that's the route that ultimately you're going to settle for, and it doesn't work out and the clock stops. I mean, why not just run the ball there then?
Exactly.
If you're not going to really throw for the first down, why take the chance of the clock stopping on an incompletion? Just run the thing and let it go. And now your message to Cade Klubnik is, hey, we got to be perfect. We've got to be perfect.
Well, their last drive, they scored a touchdown in just over 3 minutes. And the quick out gets this drive started. Olsen Pat Henry steps out of bounds to at least stop the clock for the moment. And now they get the clock rolling again as they bring the ball in ready for play. 6.5 minutes to go.
If you're Cade, these are the kind of moments you have to embrace. And if you're Syracuse, you're saying not on us.
They pick the blitz up. There's Wesco. Breaks the tackle. First down.
Communication. Communication when you're tired. Both of these teams are tired, especially when you're running at a pace like this. Who can focus in and drill down on the details? Somebody's going to make a mistake one way or another.
Only a 3-man rush this time. So Klubnik, clean pocket, delivers a strike. And it looks to be good enough for another first down. It's time to T.J. Moore. They pick up 11 out to the 44-yard line. 5:50 to go.
Offense always has the advantage in these kind of hurry-up situations, as you see Syracuse trying to get some fresh bodies on that defensive line.
Klubnik scans the field, and this time he'll just hoist it and throw it away.
Wanted to take a shot to Westbrook. To Wesco, down here at the bottom of the screen on a double move, but he just doesn't have the legs right now. We've got to take him out, let him get a breather. Try and get an opportunity to take another shot. As you see Wesco walking along the sideline, just trying to get his breath. Catches there. In these situations of the game, man, you have to dig deep.
Wesco had 100 yards receiving the last couple of weeks for Clemson. He's at 79 yards today. And the 2 touchdowns. Klubnik into double coverage. Incomplete. He overthrew Josh Sapp. Now it's 3rd down and 10.
It's just straight man-to-man coverage. Trying to get some safeties over the top, like a 2-man type of situation. Man underneath, safeties over the top. You see how these guys are like breathing heavy, getting back to the line of scrimmage. See, this is really the kind of opportunities where big plays happen because guys are just gassed. And their mind starts to wander because you're fatigued and somebody gives up a big one. That's what Clemson's got to be looking for.
Another blitz. Again, it's picked up. Klubnik, plenty of time to throw. Missed. Antonio Williams threw it a bit high.
Just got to hit this. This is a clean look at it. The ball just gets away from him.
And now it is a must. That was the 50th pass attempt of the day for Cade Klubnik. And undoubtedly, we're about to see pass attempt number 51, and it's 4th and 10. A gotta have it for Clemson.
And this is basically ball game here.
Syracuse trying to get a takeaway on downs for the 3rd time in the 2nd half. And they're showing blitz. Now they back out. Klubnik, tight coverage, intercepted. One way or the other, Syracuse was getting the football. Davian Kerr was there to pick it off, intended for Bettencourt. He picked it off. He could have just as easily knocked it down. And Syracuse has it back. 5:07 to go.
You're going to see Davian Kerr, real nice technique. Watch it. He's just going to open his hips, drive for depth, read the quarterback, stay on top of the routes down the field, open your hips, square back up. Now read the quarterback. Don't take it the fake on the post, high point the football. Job well done. And if you're Klubnik right now, you missed on the previous play on the in cut to Antonio Williams. That would have been a 1st down. He just missed it, had a clean look at it.
Yassine Willis gets a push, gets across midfield. And let's see if Dabo Swinney uses either of his final 2 timeouts anytime soon. Fran Brown won 10 games last season. That tied Paul Pasqualoni for the most wins ever in a 1st year at Syracuse. And their schedule is a gauntlet. So winning a game like this with your backup quarterback in there to finish the game, if that's the way it works out. On the road at Clemson, as they're sending some Tiger fans home after the long delay as well early.
Fran Brown is a good football coach.
Willis again.
He has these kids playing hard, playing fundamentally sound, complementary football.
And Chris Budden, that's no surprise.
Yeah, tough coach, demands a lot, and he got a lot of that from mentoring under Kirby Smart at Georgia. He said, I soaked everything up that he would teach us, and it was about giving your best every day. He walked into our meeting yesterday with an iPad. He said, I don't go anywhere without this thing. I brought it into every meeting. He opened up the folders, and it would say all the things that Kirby wanted from the week, the things that they would tell him. He still keeps it, still goes back to it, and credits him for taking him under his wing. Said, I would not have this job, be in this position, if it weren't for Kirby Smart.
And they'll call a timeout before 3rd down.
Syracuse takes its 2nd timeout of the half. Your 30-second timeout.
You heard Chris Budden. I'm Bob Wischusen, here with Louis Riddick. And now with 3:42 to go. And, you know, talking about the schedule that Syracuse still has out in front of them, potentially without their quarterback for the rest of the year in Steve Angeli. They play 6 total games away from the Dome. All 6 of those opponents, starting with Tennessee, today with Clemson and the rest of the way are against teams that either are currently or at some point this season have been ranked. All 6 of their games away from home against current or formerly ranked teams. That's a really hard schedule.
Yeah, that was Fran Brown's reward for having a heck of a season in 24. How about this? How about we're going to hammer you in 25 and see what you got there? And look, I mean, there were people who were going to question how they looked against UConn and really discredit the win against Colgate and say, look, that's not really any good competition. But, man, obviously they are putting in the work, and this team is getting a lot better. Boy, I mean, this is an impressive all-around performance.
Collins to throw on 3rd down. And fighting. And an incompletion. Hoping for Justice Ross Simmons. And another breakup for Avion Terrell. Now, that stops the clock with 3:37 to go. Clemson still has 2 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout. You just run the ball there on 3rd down. You take another potentially 40 seconds off the clock or force Clemson to use one of those 2 remaining timeouts. Instead, they threw it.
That's 2 questionable 3rd down calls, right? As far as the risks associated with you not completing the pass and how the clock stops instead of just running the football and playing the clock management game.
A moon punt from Stonehouse to the far sideline and takes a great Syracuse roll. Stays in bounds. They picked up about 11 or 12 yards on the bounce. So now 3:25 remaining. The Tigers still in the same position. They need 2 scores, and they have the long field out in front of them at their own 9-yard line.
Same marching orders for Syracuse in their secondary as the previous drive. No big plays. Challenge the football in the deep part of the field if they want to take the shots. And front 4, rush like your life depends on it. Get to this quarterback.
Can Clemson score? And will they still have enough time to even try an onside kick on the clock after they do? 3 times they've turned it over on downs here in the second half, including the last possession. Long throw for Wesco. Knocked away. Demetrius Samuel was there.
Give Demetrius Samuel a lot of credit. He has been targeted a lot, the young freshman this year. Fran Brown said he is working out just fine. He is continuing to grow, hasn't lost his confidence. And we saw week 1, we saw Tennessee get after him pretty good.
Yeah, they targeted him a lot.
Sure did. And they're trying to get after him here today. And he was one of the guys that they were going to try and see what he's got. He has answered the bell.
Syracuse brings a blitz. Klubnik off his back foot, throws it over the head of Olsen Pat Henry. Wow, Elijah Robinson, and I guess Fran Brown as well, that combination there, not taking their foot off the gas pedal as they brought the house after Klubnik on 2nd down.
Sometimes you just are who you are. And if you're a team that likes to play man coverage and make the quarterback uncomfortable more times than not, it's hard to get away from that, although you got to be smart in these kind of situations. He said this game would come down to how his secondary played. And he's putting it on him right now.
Klubnik. 1st down. Found Tyler Brown.
The young Jamie Tremble continues to rush the passer, man. And he is coming off the edge.
Klubnik again. Steps up in the pocket. The check down to Randall. And that will cost time, obviously. It's a 7-yard pickup. 2:45 to go.
You'll take that all day for Syracuse.
The quick slant to Tyler Brown. He has a 1st down. And we'll go inside of 2.5 minutes to go. Only a 3-man rush. Klubnik loops a throw. Wesco pulls it in and gets out of bounds. Over Davian Kerr. Flag down in the offensive backfield.
Holding offense number 71. 10-yard penalty. 1st down.
Oh, that's a dagger for Clemson. They finally get a chunk play on this drive, and Tristan Lee, the left tackle, is called for holding.
You see David Reese The outside backer / defensive end, you see him just coming in, and he's on his back. He had gotten underneath him and got his hips cleared. He's about to turn the corner.
We mentioned David Reese earlier, one of 3 FBS players in his 8th year. 5 years at Florida. Had injuries while he was there. Spent a couple of years at Cal, now wrapping his career at Syracuse. Lubnick steps up, the check down to Randall. Scampers to the sideline and gets out of bounds. We've been talking about Demetrius Samuel Jr. as well, who's only 17 years old. When David Reese was a true freshman, Demetrius Samuel was 9 years old. They're on the same defense now as we've hit the 2-minute timeout. Bob Wischusen and Lewis Riddick, Chris Budden back here at Death Valley. And Lewis, let's go back and take a look at your keys to victory. They've worked out pretty well for Syracuse.
Syracuse nailed there. Took care of the football, got off the field on 3rd down. When you look down here for Clemson, yeah, the wide receivers had some wins against man coverage, but it just wasn't enough. And then defensively, yeah, they made the quarterbacks recognize that they were there, but 146 rush yards allowed. That really set the tone for Syracuse's offense early.
Tunnel screen, tipped ball, and it falls incomplete. T.J. Moore took his eyes off of it, it seemed, just for the moment, with 1:50 to go. Clemson now inside of 2 minutes. They still have 2 timeouts left, but they need 2 scores.
This game trending towards what we think is going to be the outcome. And what's Dabo's message this week?
That's a great
question.
What's
his message to his team going into a bye week after this, one of 2 byes that they have on the season? Wow, a lot of regrouping that has to get done.
There's the blitz again. Heaving it was Klubnik. It'll be 4th down.
You just see the pressure tell you, Syracuse not calling off the dogs at all. They had 7 guys up on the line of scrimmage and brought them all. They dropped 1 guy out. They're like, Cade, look, we're going to make you earn it the entire game.
Not only is Clemson 3 for 13 on 3rd down, but they have turned it over on downs 3 times in the second half. This would be number 4 if they can't pick up 5 yards. Klubnik backpedaling, incomplete. And Adam Randall furious as he comes to the sideline. It's another turnover on downs, and it was David Reese that pressured Klubnik.
I mean, it was literally just a jailbreak, and they only rushed with 4, got up and simulated the pressure. Adam Randall wasn't ready for the football. Cade was trying to get rid of it, but just didn't time up right. But give Syracuse's coaching staff a ton of credit. Defensive coordinator Elijah Robinson, Fran Brown's background is in defense, secondary play. They have given Garrett Riley, the offensive coordinator for Clemson, fits today. And they've given that young man right there fits as well. He has never been able to really settle in. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Dabo Swinney told us it's all a mindset. Everyone's saying that this is the worst thing that's ever happened to Clemson football, a 1-2 start. He was in his press conferences defending the history and the winning of this program, and that's undeniable.
Second time out of the half.
He said, who knows, maybe this will be the best thing that ever happened to us. A 1-2 start, but if we rebound from it, if we come out and perform like I expect we're going to perform, we'll have something to build off of. Well, that narrative's now out the window.
It sure is.
What will the next narrative be from the head coach?
Yeah, I mean, he really did feel as though they were in position to make plays to win games, and I understand that, but this has been a total domination here today.
What would you say if you're Dabo Swinney? I mean, obviously his press conference after this game and this week, at least for those in the Clemson blogosphere or whatnot, it's going to be must-see TV. They're going to want to hear what his message will be moving forward. And he said, look, maybe this is just going to be a bad season.
I'll tell you one of the things.
And is he allowed to have a bad season with all the success that they've had here?
For me, the #1 message would continue to be to this defensive line and this front 7, like, where are you? Where are you guys? How does this team come in and run the football for almost 150 yards on us, and they couldn't run the football against anybody so far? How does that happen?
Clemson takes its final timeout of the half.
It's gut check time. That's what it is. It's just flat-out gut check time is what it is for these players. And they got to figure out what's important to them, how much they love this game, what are they willing to commit to it. There's a lot of distractions for these football teams. Both of these coaches talked about it, the pressures these kids feel for various reasons. And Clemson's got to figure it out.
Well, WrestlePalooza, our first WWE Premium Live event. And it is happening tonight. John Cena squares off against Brock Lesnar in the main event. Unlock your access and stream it exclusively on the ESPN app with the ESPN Unlimited plan. So now Clemson out of timeouts. 90 seconds to go. Dragging tacklers is Will Nixon. Gets a push. Did he get the first down? He is very close. And Syracuse can take the clock well inside of a minute to go. And they may simply leave their offense on the field and go for it on 4th down. Up by 2 scores. Even if they turn it over on downs here, Clemson's basically out of time. Fran Brown may let the clock wind all the way down, just call timeout as well, as Syracuse still has 1 left. He's walking over to the official on the far side as his team breaks the huddle, and there is the timeout with 1 second on the play clock and 43 seconds left.
Syracuse takes its final timeout of the half.
On a national stage, big-time game. Look, Fran Brown himself didn't know exactly how this game was going to go when we spoke with him.
Yep.
He had some questions, too, because he's still trying to find out about this 2025 version of his football team that lost a lot of good players off of last year's squad. He found out some things here today.
And there's still some mystery going forward because he'll be playing with a new quarterback for the foreseeable future, I'm sure, starting next week. Let's go down to Chris.
For as much as there's a celebratory feeling down here, there is still some sadness. People going up to Steve Angeli, who's down here in street clothes with a boot on his left leg and crutches, trying to console him as he's going to try and walk up and be able to celebrate with his team. But it's been definitely a mixed emotions down on this sideline.
That's a big, big loss. A big, big, big loss. This is the perfect fit, this offense, for him.
And they get the 4th down conversion. Yasin Willis jumps over the pile. And now it will be victory formation for Syracuse.
Syracuse picks up the 1st down.
The first time that Clemson has ever been 1-3 under Dabo Swinney.
Well, this is why they pay you the big bucks in coaching. How are you going to respond? How are you going to respond? Coaches talk all the time about how our player's going to respond. How's he going to respond to this? What's his message? We've talked to him numerous different times. You know he's going to be very consistent with how he approaches this. This is uncharted territory for them.
And the victorious head coach is saying hi to Peter Woods. They exchange some words after the game. And you can see Chris Button standing by. And some well-earned congratulations from some of these players to Coach Fran Brown.
Absolutely, Coach. You set the tone from the very first drive. What allowed your offense to be able to move the way that it did from the very get-go?
I think Jeff Nixon's really good. Him and the offensive staff do a good job. Him and Mike Johnson just work well together. All those guys on the offense, but the team, they believe in each other. We love each other, right? And we're growing closer and closer. The team, we just love each other. We do it for the S. It's about us. It's just about everybody doing it together. Just very thankful and happy for our football team. Happy for the community of Syracuse. They deserve this more than anybody, so I'm very thankful about them. And Camden, what up?
As you build a culture in year 2, I know that today also had, you lose your quarterback, the rain delay. What'd they prove to you?
It proved to me, good job, buddy. It proved to me that Ricky could go in and play, so we wasn't worried. It's like just call the same thing. Quarterback's real tough. We'll see what happened with Steve. But I was happy for Ricky, right? He worked his butt off to be able to do the same thing. It just proved that Syracuse is just playing one game at a time. I mean, we're family, right? We just love each other, so I don't really know what to say. We got the chance to beat, to me, who I still think is one of the best teams in college football. They have so many draft picks, and he's doing an amazing job. I think that you'll see in the next few weeks, these guys will just keep clicking and clicking and clicking. They're a really good team.
I appreciate it. Enjoy the win.
I appreciate it.
That's a signature win on the road for Fran Brown as Syracuse takes down Clemson here at Death Valley, 34-21. For Louis Riddick and Chris Button, I'm Bob Wischusen. Thanks so much for watching as we say goodbye from Clemson. Congratulations to Syracuse. The rebuilding continues for Dabo Swinney. Time for NC State and Duke. Kirk Morrison and Mike Monaco. Take it away.